DeSoto. Are we excited about that or what? Well, I am very excited that the city of DeSoto has bought TEDx here for the first time. And of course, the DeSoto Parks and Recreation are always doing some amazing things here in the city of DeSoto. Our amazing Mayor Rachel Proctor is always doing great things and bringing great things together here in the city of DeSoto. My name is Tanya Hall. I am a local news director for a local radio station here in the Dallas area. And so we want to welcome you to TEDxDesoto for the first time. Well, we've got some creative and brilliant minds here today. Are y'all ready to reach in and get what they got? Yeah. Look at your neighbor and say, let's reach in and get everything they got today. Yeah. This is the first TEDx south of the Trinity River. In case any of you hadn't heard about it, it's the first U.S.-based TEDx presented live and in the Metaverse. And we're so excited because the theme here today is going beyond all limits. And with the creative minds we have here today, we are definitely going beyond all limits. I want to bring to the stage the creator and the founder of TEDxDesoto, another brilliant mind. Everybody, put your hands together for the founder of TEDxDesoto, Miss Keila Bullard.
So, how is everybody today? My name is Akila, and I am the organizer for TEDxDesoto. I am a DeSotian. I graduated from DeSoto High School in 2012, and I wanted to bring TEDxDesoto because I felt that it would be great to have something in DeSoto for us to really open up our minds and bring new ideas. So not only is it brought to DeSoto, but it's the first in the United States to be live and in the Metaverse. And I think that is a big deal for us. So I'm so happy that, the DeSoto Rec Center was able to allow me to bring these ideas and bring TEDxDesoto to DeSoto. So are y'all ready? Yeah. Are y'all ready for these speakers? Okay, everybody, let's get the intro started, and welcome to TEDxDesoto.
It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work at the Bernard TEDx event, including booking all the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on to the show.
All right, y'all ready? Yeah. All right, let's get ready for our first amazing speaker. His name is Micah Autry.
Welcome to something.
All right, welcome again. Micah Autry is a professional storyteller with a camera. As a filmmaker, entrepreneur, he is the co-founder of Media, and has been behind some of the amazing commercial projects and films that shift culture. He's the director of the film Black Men in White Coats, screened in over 120 of the nation's medical schools, a project that was responsible for a 21% spike in black men being accepted into medical schools nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, get your minds ready for Michael Autry as he asks the question in his conversation, what's your white coat?
This has been my all-access pass to some unimaginable experiences. This camera has given me exposure. Exposure to shake hands with billionaires. Exposure to have dinner prepared for me by an NFL athlete. This camera has allowed me to go to the homes of political officials and be in operating rooms with medical doctors. You see, this camera has allowed me to see the world, pun intended for the camera. And this camera has allowed me to help others and to shape my community. So it's 10 p.m. on a Friday night, and like most social and young millennials, I'm out having a good time, just hanging out with some friends, relaxing, but I don't know who that guy is, because that's not me. You see, I'm at my computer, editing videos late into the night, like I always do. Because when you're a filmmaking entrepreneur, editing, that's how the deals get made, and that's how my bills get paid. So, I'm at my computer, 10 p.m., I hear the familiar sound of an Outlook email come through. Y'all know the sound effect with the little red dot that pops up in the tab? The email that night is from a medical doctor looking for a director and a team to produce a feature-length documentary. The film was called Black Men in White Coats. It talked about the lack of diversity in medicine, how that leads to healthcare disparities in our nation. Only 2% of practicing physicians in America are black men. Only 2%. I personally didn't meet my first black male doctor until the age of 22. I had already graduated college. I never knew being a black doctor was possible for me because I was never exposed to it. So I took up the task of directing the film Black Men in White Coats. And to be honest, I didn't know how to do it all. I'd never done a feature-length film. But I knew it was an opportunity to refine my craft, an opportunity for exposure. And when you're an entrepreneur and a filmmaker, I spell opportunity, W-O-R-K. So the film, Black Men in White Coats. To be honest with y'all, it was the hardest project I've ever worked on. We had like 30 terabytes of footage. We had interviewed 20 people across the country from like Miami to Seattle during the pandemic, and we had one major goal, to make it on Netflix. We believe that making it on Netflix would give us the most exposure for our film to help us correct the problem. But at times, I doubted I could pull it off. Every time I went to edit, it was like putting together a million little puzzle pieces. It was me versus the doubting thoughts in my head versus my computer. But after 7, 8, 9 months of editing, after more Zoom meetings than I can count, and after a couple expletives yelled at my computer, we got the film done. We packaged it up and we sent it off to Netflix, away from the calls. Some time passed, another Outlook email. This time, it's from Netflix. I opened it up, and the email read, "Your film is too small." Too small. It's a film about black men not appealing to the masses. Am I too small for a filmmaker? Am I not good enough? Like, what does too small mean? I didn't know what too small meant. and I still don't know. But what I do know is that I was crushed. I was a failure. I remember talking to my team at the end of the year, and we were debriefing the projects that we had created. And I said, that Black Men in White Coats film, we had an opportunity, but we failed. Netflix, they didn't validate us. They didn't want us. But we knew how hard we worked on that film. The mic's on, you guys. So Netflix didn't validate us. But we knew how hard we worked on that film. And we knew we could not let Netflix stop us. We wanted to make real change with our film. So we decided to independently distribute it. Through the journey of making Black Men in White Coats, some audio issue, but it's fine, we're gonna keep it going, right? That's life. We got that, that's fine. So through the journey of making Black Men in White Coats, I learned something. I learned that a white coat, it wasn't just about being a medical doctor. It was about professional excellence available to all of us in all professional fields. A common theme in our film became, you can't be what you can't see. And it showed me how important exposure is to professional success. And once we get that exposure, we gotta get up and move towards it. So with our film, we got up and we moved. We virtually showcased it across the country, over 120 medical schools, hundreds of library systems. And the reviews, they started to roll in. Hundreds and hundreds of reviews about the impact of our film. My favorite was from a grandmother. I love grandmothers. Y'all love your grandma? Yeah, I was in Houston last week. My grandma, she talking trash about the neighbors, but I digress. So this grandmother said she made her 2 grandsons watch the film. And that every Black grandmother in America should make their grandsons watch my film. And I was like, man, that's bigger than making Netflix. This wasn't just a film, this was a movement, you guys. We were showing young Black boys and Black girls what were possible for them. We were giving them exposure. We were showing them the professional success they could achieve. We were showing those grandsons that they too could have a white coat. So what does a white coat even mean? To me, it means excellence, it means prestige. It means 10,000 hours of work. 10,000 hours of work to refine your craft, to have precision-like skills. And I was like, well, what's my white coat? Could it be that I was able to complete the 1,000,000 puzzle pieces that was the film Black Men in White Coats because I put in 10,000 hours of work? No, I didn't do a residency or fellowship like my medical doctor friends, but I put in 10,000 work as a filmmaker. And I know that's what gave me the confidence to finish the film, Black Men in White Coats. But let's back it up. How did I get here? How did I get to 10,000 hours? Could it be that I looked outside of my own family to be a first-generation college graduate? Could it be that I moved beyond my hometown in which I grew up to find myself at a collegiate institution in the first place? And once I got to college, I realized, hey, classroom instruction is not enough. I had to move even more, get even more exposure. I directed over 40 music videos while in college. I read 60 books in 2 years, more books than I read in the other 22 years of my life total. And I didn't stop there, I continued to move. I started a media production company while in college. I was a filmmaker. I didn't take any business classes. I didn't know what an LLC was. But I started the business because I knew it was an opportunity. An opportunity to continue to refine my craft, an opportunity for exposure, an opportunity that led to me creating the film, Black Men in White Coats. 1 year after the film debuted, there was a 21% increase in Black male enrollment as first-year medical students across our nation. Now, I can't take all the credit for that, but I'm gonna take some though, because we made the film, we showed it, so I'm gonna take some credit. So my path is not the path of those black men in white coats. My path is not your path. It's not your path. For my camera guys, my media people in the back, it's not their path. All of our paths are different. But one thing is for sure, that exposure is important to all of our paths. And that we must put in the 10,000 hours of work to achieve that white coat on our path. Now, I know they say we only got like 12 minutes, so I'm gonna wrap it up. I got one more quick story, if that's okay. That's okay? Yeah. I had a couple mic hiccups, so I got extra 30 seconds. Last month in September, I had the biggest professional meeting of my career. I created a short film with 3 black men, who, if I told you the 3 letters of the agency they work for, you would know exactly what they do on Sundays. We were taking our short film and presenting it to an internationally known brand for publication. This meeting was so big that I met with 3 lawyers in 1 week. Talk about legal fees. I remember driving to my lawyer's office as we were going to have this Zoom meeting, and I was nervous. My hands were clammy, my heart was beating, my mouth was dry, the cow mouth. And I was like, I'm not just nervous, but I'm scared. I'm scared because I'm a small company meeting with an international brand. They had more people on this Zoom meeting, 9, than I do in my entire company of 6. I was scared because I don't know if I was worthy to be in this meeting. I didn't know if I belonged. I imagine I felt like many of those black men feel in their first day of medical school. I was suffering from imposter syndrome. But I thought back on those 10,000 hours of work, and it gave me confidence in my project, and then the fact that that meeting could be successful. It was those 10,000 hours that led me to continue to look for my white coat in a meeting when I was the ant to the booth, the David to the Goliath. And as the ink dries on a deal with an internationally known brand, I know this short film will be bigger than just a short film. Just like Black Men in White Coats was bigger than Netflix. And so I say to you, no matter the circumstance, it's the exposure, it's the 10,000 hours of work that's gonna get me my white coat. So my question for y'all is, what's your white coat? Thank you.
One more time, everyone, for Micah Autry. One more time for Mr. Autry. What's your white coat? You think you got an idea of what your white coat is now? Anybody? Okay, all right. Well, let's continue on to the next dynamic mind and brilliance of Miss Jessica Cerna. Jessica Cerna of My Curly Adventures has written multiple travel guides, sells a line of Texas products, and has been featured on Lonely Planet, TripAdvisor, Texas Monthly, CBS, NBC, Telemundo, and more for the local Texas travel she has inspired. Please welcome Miss Jessica as she shares the importance of reclaiming your childhood magic.
Actually, I'm going to start up here. Hi, everyone. I figured since we're talking about reclaiming your childhood magic, that we should start with a magic trick. So, here. Pick a card. Not that one. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter. Okay, do you see the card? Memorize the card. I'm not looking. Show everyone else the card. Some people might not be able to see. You got the card? Okay. And put it back. And the thing is, we give up on our childhood so early on. That ability to play and have fun. That magic. So, let's see. This is your card, right? Oh. Guys, I'm really nervous. Okay. It's really cold in here. your card. You're joking with me. One second. This is your card. You know what? That's the thing about magic. Sometimes we want it to go a certain way, but oftentimes there are still magical moments in the unexpected. I hope you'll laugh a little bit in my failed magic trick. Ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wanted to work in the social sciences. No, wait. Ask me what I really wanted to be when I grew up. A professional, soccer-playing, world travel show hosting actor/author that lived in a new country each year. The thing about life is it takes us down multiple paths. We're just out there living it, and we come to a fork in the road. And the decision on which path to take defines us, even if just for a little bit. Sometimes we get to choose that path for ourselves, and other times that path is someone chosen for us. My first fork was between a practical dream and a seemingly out-of-reach dream. I mean, let's be real. We can't all be movie stars. And most of our dreams are influenced by exposure. Who here has dreamed of being a non-vessel operating, common carrier agent, or geodetic surveyor? Exactly, you haven't, because you've probably never heard of those before. I had a lot of dreams growing up, but slowly they faded away. Club soccer was too expensive, so there went that dream. I tried going to casting calls, but my parents worked full-time and couldn't afford to be driving me all over the place. Goodbye acting. And as much as I wanted to travel all over the world, that was just too much money for a 16-year-old. I took the path for the more practical dream. Next up, my brilliant 8-year plan. Most people don't have a 5-year plan, let alone a high school freshman with a laid-out 8-year plan. So, off I went. Classes, scratch that. Honors classes, part-time job, research lab, more honors classes, more volunteering, summer jobs, summer classes, no soccer, no acting, no parties, no sleep. Oh, you think after all of that, I'd have multiple job offers. One job offer? Interview after interview, no after no. I watched my 8-year plan crumble. Eventually, I settled into a low-wage food service job, feeling like a complete failure. Have you heard of temp jobs? They're great. They don't pay the best, but they can be a foot in the door. Within a week, I was working a temp job entering data for a financial firm. What a change. I had weekends off, was making just under a livable wage, and got to go home every day with a massive headache. Seriously, what is it with these small cubicles and that awful artificial light that we think is anyway conducive to health and productivity? It wasn't one of those jobs I looked forward to going to every day, and it certainly wasn't in my 8-year plan, but maybe there was something there. You know what's so cool about the age we live in? All of the access to information, university lectures, and the mind's greatest eyes, all for free. My job, entering data, was mundane enough that I could plug in for 8 hours a day and soak in all of that information out there. Something sparked. It felt a little like magic. Maybe it's not 8 hours a day. Maybe it's 15 minutes in the shower or on the way to work. These are everyday moments to soak in the magic, the knowledge of the world. Even better, I was exposed to a new career. Finally, a real-life application to boring elementary class. I realized that from this, maybe there was an opportunity to learn and grow within this new job and go back and serve my community who also grew up without financial literacy. Every day involved going to work, entering data, listening to audio courses, and applying for jobs on the side. Gotta keep all options open. Until one day, an old internship director of mine reached out for a potential interview. We met another fork in the road. This one, I didn't have as much control over. Either I landed the interview, got the job, and achieved my dream, or I didn't get the interview, and I continued down a new job at this financial firm. Either way, with the right mindset, it was going to be a success. Well, I got the job. Magic! Thank you. I was living my biggest dream. I went to work every day excited. I got engaged. I could afford my first apartment. And I had a little spare change to pursue another dream. Travel the world. Except for a little problem. I only had 2 weeks of PTO, and I really wasn't making that much money. So, I looked at my backyard. Did you know we have so much international influence in our state? You can visit the Eiffel Tower of Paris, Texas. Go sand surfing in Montana, visit the Texas wine country, and so much more. We have so many affordable weekend getaways to feel like you traveled somewhere far away, but return home on Monday energized and ready to tackle the week. This quickly became the weekly schedule of my husband and I. It was our magic on a budget. I had found my happily ever after. Turns out, other people were also looking for weekend getaways too, and were surprised at what we found. We were taking these trips, posting on social media, and people were taking notice. I realized I enjoyed inspiring all these people to find these weekend getaways. I started pulling into those audio courses, going to networking meetings, learning about marketing and SEO. Anything to be an expert in this strange new blogging world I found myself in. I could live my dream and get paid for this other dream on the side. Here I was, thinking my fairy tale was over. Hello, corporate road. We meet again. This side hustle was turning into a full hustle. I had spent over a decade working towards my practical dream, only to find an opportunity to revisit that childhood out-of-reach dream I thought I'd given up on. Except I hadn't given up on it. I had just put it to the side. Choosing stability does not have to be the end of our big dreams. Instead, it can be the launching pad that fuels that next goal. Because I chose stability, I was able to do what I did for love, instead of money. And it's what gave me the financial freedom to travel in the first place. No matter where you're at in life, even if it's a crappy job, I hope you're able to find the magic in the moments while working towards that next goal. Life takes us down so many different paths that are less than desirable. Oftentimes, there are opportunities within that that are only available because of that situation. We can simultaneously find the beauty in the moment while working towards that big dream. In fact, when we open ourselves up to the magic in front of us, the wonder and joy of something we never considered, we open ourselves up to opportunities that were only available because of that situation. Take Maldives and Galveston, for example. Who here dreams of going to Maldives? Yeah. Who here dreams of going to Galveston? Whenever I talk about Galveston, I always hear, the water is so gross, or Galveston is so nasty. But when I think of Galveston, I think of pirates in Texas, of sitting in a pool, palm trees above, margarita in hand, of gorgeous aquariums and sunsets at the pier. When I think of that dirty water, I'm reminded of a trip I took with the artist boat, where I learned that that dirty meant life. It meant things were growing and thriving, and how that played a critical role in the environment around us. It's not that Maldives is better than Galveston. They're just different. And you can spend your whole time comparing how Galveston is at Maldives, or you can find the wonder and magic in Galveston. In fact, did you know the best part of a trip isn't the trip itself? A 2010 study shows that the happiest parts of a trip are the planning of the trip and the weeks leading up to the trip. If that's the case, why even go to Maldives at that point? Just don't go. Plan it out, and then avoid all the frustration of long flights, bad weather, arguments, and regret it wasn't everything you dreamed of. I've helped you there. Just kidding. Still on the trip, but if there's so much joy in just dreaming of things, what can we do to find the wonder and joy in the everyday? My husband and I, we used to do the silly little thing every time we leave the house. Are we gonna take the yellow Lamborghini or the green one this time? Well, let's take the yellow one. Then we load up to our little blue Ford Focus with a messed up bumper. For a second, there was a spark, a dream, a little bit of magic, and pretending our car was something crazy cool as we made our way to Maldives or Galveston. Actually, I don't think Galveston is the best comparison, but Texas rivers. Some of them are crystal clear. Sometimes you can sit in those rivers and picture yourself in the Caribbean or the Maldives. It's that little bit of international magic right at home. Turns out other people also had a travel blog and were looking for weekend getaways. If I hadn't found magic in Texas, I would have inspired others to do the same. By finding joy in the everyday, I created space for magic to enter my life, set the stage for a whole new career. I took the leap, one that was not in my 8-year plan, and traded the 9 to 5 for a 9 to 9, became an entrepreneur. I wouldn't change a thing. I've been called the ruiner of all things decent, the worst thing since Pac-Man, and that I should travel to a trash compactor. You know, an influencer. I can't deny that posting photos on social media was the launching pad for becoming a digital marketing specialist, but influencer just doesn't feel like the right word anymore. I am the founder and CEO of My Curly Adventures, a multimedia travel brand that inspires others to find magic in their own backyard and supports local businesses with advertising that costs a fraction of traditional methods. We employ adventurous people who get to travel and create their own schedules. We all get to live our dreams. With a reach of over 200 million monthly, we funnel income back into our small towns and local communities and inspire millions to travel and support local while contributing over $5 million back in media spend to the Texas economy. Life is pretty good, but who knows what else is out there? Right now, I'm revisiting that childhood TV show actor dream. The thing about dreams, especially now, is that there are so many different paths that reach that same desire. I remember listening to a conference where a man told Tony Robbins that he wanted to be a millionaire. And Tony responded, "Why do you want to be a millionaire?" And that got me thinking about my why. Why did I want to be an actor? Is it for the fame or the fortune? Actually, it was much more simple than that. What is your why behind your crazy dream? How can you break that down into the simplest, most attainable building blocks that answer that why? Oftentimes, we can break down our crazy dreams into something within grasp when we find our why. When we lose sight of our why, we lose sight of our magic. I didn't want to be an actor for the fame or the fortune. I wanted to travel and entertain. And it turns out I didn't have to be a traditional actor to do that. I don't have a TV show, but I'm on YouTube. And I get to answer that why behind my dream. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky and a bigger opportunity will come from it. Someone once told me life is 50% work and 50% luck. The harder you work, the more opportunities you create for luck, for magic, to find you. I made a mess.
All right, once again for Miss Jessica Cerna, everybody. Awesome young lady. All right, we continue to rise higher in brilliance. It's time to bring to the stage Miss Nicole Rose Stillings. She is a manifestation expert, TV personality, and creator of Manifest Mindset. It's an app that rewires the brain to achieve goals. Nicole speaks regularly on the topics of energy, purpose, and meditation, and was recently featured on Mind Valley. She hosts the Big Queen Energy podcast and serves on the board of UNICEF Next Generation. Her talk title today is My Secret to Shifting Anxiety into Power.
So on the plane ride over here, I had realized that I had written this fancy intro, and it occurred to me that it was no longer the most authentic, the most honest that I could be up here. So last week, when I was in Miami, where I live, I just joined a meditation circle, and we had a shamanic ceremony, and I know you guys are like, what the heck is that? It was my first two. And I sat there with the intention to release all ego and receive anything else that I needed to so I could best serve you all here today. And what came through to me at the end of the session was that I was having anxiety about giving a talk on anxiety. If that isn't ironic, I don't know what is. The universe has a sense of humor. So, today we're going to talk about one of my tools for shifting anxiety. And I'll just insert a little disclaimer here. I'm not a doctor, but a human who has experienced it at multiple points in my life. Growing up, I had a little of you may know what I'm talking about. My parents divorced when I was young, at the age of 12. I had an undiagnosed illness for a couple of years. That was a real doozy. And I've been an entrepreneur for 10 years. And if there's any entrepreneurs in the room, you know that that requires you to consistently up-level and face new fears. So through my journey, I've built natural tools for shifting anxiety into positive energy so that we can reclaim our power. And the tool that we're going to learn today is my favorite because it's fast, it's free, and it's fun. But let me give you a little backstory before we go there. We all have some type of business mogul, right? Celebrity crush, business mogul, guru we love. And that person for me was Bethany Frankel. Some of you may know her from The Real Housewives. I had studied the Skinny Girl Mogul for 7 years. I wanted to learn her business model so I could replicate some form of that in my own career. And I get a call in the middle of the pandemic, and they're like, guess what? You have been selected to go work for Bethany. You are getting a back door into this brilliant human's business. This is the chance of a lifetime. The odds were slimmer than Harvard. You were picked out of thousands. And I was so excited. I could feel the energy coursing through my veins. It was like my prayers had been answered. The catch, there's always a catch though, am I right? The catch is that it was for a new reality show on HBO Max where I would compete to win a job as her VP. And so flash forward 21 days, I walk onto set, and I'm just being me, okay? I'm Italian, so if you guys have ever met an Italian, you know when we go to a party, we're there to have a good time. So I'm pouring rosé, and we're cheersing, and I'm reading people's auras, and pretty quickly, within 48 hours, things just start going south. The challenge that day was pulling off an entire advertising campaign in under 4 hours. And Bethany was refusing to get in my photo shoot. So her and I sit down, we're having a conversation, and very quickly, I can feel the energy's off. She's so angry, it's like, I'm clueless, she's angry, cue the Real Housewives. And I can feel the waterworks start flowing. I can feel that I'm having this imminent meltdown on camera. And so I get up, and I leave, and I run to the bathroom. There's cameramen trailing me. And at this point, my mind's racing, mascara is streaming down my face. And I lock myself in the bathroom. And I look at the mirror right in front of me. And I have this realization. Every reality show has a villain. And it was about to be me. You guys laugh, but this was the most terrifying moment of my life. I had prided myself on being someone who puts love and light out into the world, and I was terrified about what would happen when the show went live. I saw myself being canceled, being labeled as toxic. I saw myself losing friends, clients, family, my business. It got so bad, so low, that I flashed back to 7 years prior when my father was on his deathbed. My father had cancer for most of his life. And I remembered when he said that he was proud of me. And I questioned if he would still feel that way now. Maybe your moment wasn't this dramatic, but I know we've all had a moment where our fear overpowered our confidence. Anxiety isn't a one-size-fits-all experience, though, right? It shows up in micro ways, sometimes every day, and in macro ways, maybe only occasionally. But what you're gonna learn in this tool will help you no matter what type you experience. So the first thing is, number one, you gotta catch it, okay? That's the key. So for me, this is where it gets funny, by the way. I'm barricaded in this bathroom stall, and I'm literally squished on top of a toilet seat. And I'm treating Bethany like she's a saber-toothed tiger, right? I had gone into fight or flight and sprinted away, and it occurs to me that my mind is playing tricks on me. It's just serving me straight up drama. And that's when I remembered that not all our thoughts are true. See, anxiety is confusing because it feels real, right? It feels like that thing that we're freaking out about is flying in our face, like it's definite certainty. But the fact of the matter is that at its core, anxiety is just unhelpful predictions of the future. And we can choose a different prediction. And the fact of the matter is that anxiety is actually a superpower. The root of the word sensitive is sense. It means that you can feel. And when you can feel, then you know where you've been focusing. And that's the key to shifting. See, I have been laser focused on the worst case scenario, right? Getting fired and getting canceled. But now that I had caught it, I was back. I remembered from studying physics in high school that energy never dies. It's only transformed. And so I consciously chose to shift it. I looked down and I saw I had my bag on me. And by the way, when you're filming reality TV, you don't have a phone, there's nothing to buy. You really don't need a bag. It's basically useless. But on this fateful day, I had it. So I reached into my bag and I grabbed my little notepad. And earlier that morning, I had scribbled my manifest mindset on it. And that's just a fancy term for a little document with statements about my higher self, okay? So my purpose statement, my mantras, my affirmations. And I read this and I got back into alignment with the woman I was in the process of becoming, the woman I wanted to showcase on the show. And in that moment, I knew what I needed to do. I closed my eyes and I visualized my future self, the version of me who had already won the challenge. I saw myself crushing the photo shoot, having fun with my team, and bringing my A game, going back out there. And I received the information about who I needed to be and what I needed to do to win. So what happened, that's what happened on a spiritual level, right? In the brain, I had redirected my thoughts, shifted my emotions, and changed the chemical state in my brain and my body. I had raised my vibration from the victim of a tragedy to someone who was reclaiming control of the only thing we truly can control, our energy. See, that's the thing, guys. Anxiety is energy. It means that you have the power to flow massive amounts of energy through you. And who controls your energy? You do. Because who controls your thoughts? You do. So just a little bit more backstory on me. I grew up in a household with 2 brain doctors. So I was very intense as a little child, but very quickly I started becoming obsessed with the brain. And I went to school and I studied psychology and sociology at Emory University. And then I continued my education when I made the leap into entrepreneurship so that I could set myself up for success. I studied neuro-linguistic programming, Reiki, intuition, human design, meditation, and breath work. I literally need a breath after listening to all that. And through my research, I created that tool I used in my moment of crisis, the manifest mindset. And it helps you rewire your brain to release anxiety and believe that you can achieve what you want. I've taught this to thousands of women all over the world, and this future you technique that we're talking about here today is one piece of the puzzle. It helps you see who you need to be to get the result that you want. So, just to be clear, I didn't make this up, okay? Not in a bathroom stall. Olympians have used similar visualization techniques for years to perform well during their races. And it's been studied. The Cleveland Clinic found that people who mentally rehearsed a workout in their head achieved statistically significant increases in their strength when compared to the physical group, the group of people who actually performed the workout. And this Future You technique is the same. It's just a practice run for anything in your life. So back to you, right? How do you use this? Let's ground this and make this really tangible for you. If you imagine a disaster, it spikes cortisol and it triggers anxiety. But when you imagine a positive outcome, your brain releases dopamine, and you have access to more creative ideas. Nobody is their best self in survival mode, right? Especially not me. And the best part about this tool is that you don't have to be in a crisis and you don't have to be running a marathon for it to work for you. You can use it before a date, before a meeting, before a sales pitch, before a job interview, before a family gathering, right? We all need a little extra good energy before that. I had a client who used this Future You meditation for a couple of weeks before a very important meeting. She was working to close a deal for $5 million that would create jobs for thousands of people. And by using this technique, she realized what she needed to do and how she needed to show up on the meeting to create a different result, to close the deal. And it worked. And you can do it too. So how do you do it, right? That's the $1 million question. All right, grab a note on your phone, something to write this down. It's super easy. So number one, you just close your eyes. You shut off the senses. Number two, you visualize the ideal outcome, right? See the picture rolling out before you in your mind with all the juicy details. And number three, ask yourself, who do I need to be and what do I need to do to get it? That answer, that's future you. The version of you who has already achieved what you want. And I'll leave you all with this. The human experience is beautiful and very, very intentional. And emotions are messengers. They're there to serve us. They carry information and data with them. And anxiety is just a signal. It's a signal of your power. You have the power to feel and the power to focus, which by definition makes you a powerful creator.
right, again for Miss Nicole Rose Stillings, everyone. Your anxiety is power. I love that. All right, let's continue on to the next brilliant mind, Miss Kiva Harper. Kiva Harper is an associate professor of practice in the School of Social Work at the University of Texas at Arlington. She is a trauma therapist, thought leader, and social media influencer. She's passionate about reducing the stigma of mental health in the Black community, and recently she became gra-auntie to baby Princeton, her favorite role of all. Her talk title today is How to Partner with Your Healthcare Provider. Everyone, Miss Kiva Harper.
If my mom felt like she was a partner in her health care and her voice was valued, she would still be here today. September 19, 2020. My mom calls me and says, I'm having chest pains and I'm short of breath. I'm gonna go to the ER. I had just left her a few hours earlier when she had eye surgery. I was a driver. Took her home and she was fine. I told her, Mom, you can't drive. I'm gonna call 911 and I'll be on the way. I called 911 and got from my car actually, got into the car, drove to my mom. When I got there, the ambulance was there and they were working on her. I followed them to the hospital, and little did my mom and I know we would be embarking upon a year of treatment, hospitalizations, rehabs, skilled nursing facilities, home health, dialysis, all of these things that resulted in her declining health as well as her death, ultimately. Let me tell you a little bit about my mom. Linda Diane Gary is her name. I called her Mom. My dad called her Lynn Gary. After he died, I started calling her Lynn Gary too. My mom was about 5 feet tall, is that? Probably 4'11", about 115 pounds. But don't let her small stature fool you, because she was stubborn and strong-willed. Anyone else have a strong-willed parent out there? Yeah, my mom was. And like most moms and daughters, we had our ups and downs, but one point of contention was always her health. I can just hear her now. Keith, I don't trust those doctors like you do. They don't care about us. They just want me to take a bunch of meds, and they don't really care how I'm doing. She always felt that way. I heard somebody already say it, that's right. I heard her say that so many times. But I always worried about her. And if I'm honest, I always knew that I would lose my mom to something that was likely preventable. And while I knew I'd always lose my mom, while I always knew I'd likely lose my mom before I left this earth, I didn't expect her to go so young. She was only 68 years old. That's young. Yeah. So, back at the hospital, I was with my mom almost every day over the course of a year to support her. She really relied on me to explain things and bridge the gap with the medical providers, and I was happy to do that. But I wanted to empower her to ask her own questions. And so one day I told her, I said, Mom, when the providers come, when your doctors come, you check out completely. And then you ask me what happened. You should ask them. I want you to hear it from them. I don't mind being here and explaining things, but I want you to ask them because you have the right to know what's going on with you. And so the very next day, when I went to the hospital, they had done rounds a little earlier, and she was so excited to tell me that she listened and she asked questions. And I was so proud of her. You know, when my mom talks about her experience, when she talked about her experiences with her physicians, I never negated what she felt. I just felt like there was a better way. You see, there's a lack of trust in the African American community for medical providers, and with good reason. The Tuskegee experiment started in 1932 and lasted all the way until 1972. 40 years, you guys, 40 years. It is the longest non-scientific experiment in medical history. So we have that. Then we have Henrietta Lacks, who unknowingly donated her cells to medical science in 1972, and she was never compensated, neither was her family. And then we have Serena Williams. Serena was having her daughter at the hospital, and she had a history of blood clots. And she felt that something was wrong. And she talked to the hospital staff, her doctor, everyone, and told them that she felt something was wrong, and they were pretty dismissive of her until she insisted on a test. And when they did that test, they found that she was right, and she had to have emergency surgery, which likely saved her life. You see, the system wasn't meant for us. It wasn't meant for people of color. Healthcare disparities, colonialism, access to care are things that make it difficult for people of color to access the medical system. I'd like to give you 3 tips for how to partner with your provider. So tip number 1 would be ask questions. Ask questions. I want to empower you to ask questions, and if you don't understand, ask a second time. Ask a third time, ask a fourth time. Ask them to explain it to you like your child. Ask them to draw a diagram, whatever it takes for you to get a good understanding. My granny had an experience a few years ago where she went to see her medical provider, and they did labs, gave her the results, and clearly did not explain them or do a great job of answering any of her questions. Or, and again, maybe she didn't ask any questions because she's from that silent generation to where you comply. And there's that hierarchy, so a doctor is smarter, so you're not gonna ask questions. And my granny got home and looked at those labs, and she was so upset. Her interpretation was that she had kidney failure, never had problems with the kidneys before, and that she was dying. And I knew that that probably wasn't right, so I went to her house and I looked at the labs. I'm not a physician, but in my understanding, I'm like, I don't think this is what this is. So I called a good friend of mine to have her to explain it to her, and she felt much better. But what if my grandmother had been more empowered to ask questions? And she could have asked and gotten a clear understanding at the time of the visit, and not gone home upset, thinking she was dying. Tip number 2, be an advocate for yourself. You are the one who advocates for yourself better than anyone else, and it's important that you do so. Another family member, my great aunt Dorothy, she's my grandmother's sister. I always knew that Aunt Dorothy didn't have kids, obviously, I knew that, and she considered me a daughter. And I remember as an adult, I asked her why she never had any children. And she told me a story that I wasn't prepared for. She told me when she was 19, I don't know, that would have been about 1942 or so, and they were from Dallas, they called the Black Parkland, which was the basement of the main hospital. And Parkland wasn't even where it's located now, it was somewhere else, I think on Maple Street. And she was having some pains. They found out that she had a fibroid tumor, just one. And they did a full hysterectomy, robbing her of her fertility. She didn't have an advocate, and she didn't know how to advocate for herself. She wasn't even allowed in the main hospital because she was Black. Be an advocate for yourself. No one else is. We heard about Serena. She was an advocate for herself, and it saved her life. Tip number 3, build a relationship with your provider. Your provider needs to know who you are, your mom.
And I had a camera in my hand, so I decided that what I was going to mark on the paper was to be a photographer. So started my own business, and I figured that no one else was going to fire me because I'm going to be the one doing the firing, and I'll fire myself before I let y'all fire me. Oh, don't do that. We're 3 years in this thing, guys. Bear with me. I'm a new mom. I went through some things. I was a full belly, but guess what? I was home for the holidays. So what does that mean? I only had my luggage and union voucher. Those union vouchers mean a lot to me. And if you don't know what a union voucher is, I'll give you a little bit of an insight. It's basically your ticket to make more money. That's all it is. That's all you need to know. Okay. But I'm at home with my luggage and union vouchers. Nothing else to my name. I don't even have my car. That's for another talk. And I'm pregnant with twins. But you know what I did? As all women do, you get up and you do something about it, right? I'm pregnant with twins, so I didn't really get another job that required me to do too much. I got a job that was 3 months long, and I lined another one up. Where do you do that? Thanks. I finished the first 3-month job as a photo editor. Circle back around to me, started my own business. I had experience. It was great, right? But things start looking a little weird as I start going to my doctor's appointments. I started my next job, and the only place that I made it to was orientation before my next appointment. The doctor measures my legs. They're getting too big. He measures my blood pressure. It's getting too high. And for women with children in here, you probably know what that sounds like. I developed preeclampsia. Now guys, I'm a very goofy person, right? I don't know what it is. I don't even know how to spell it. Say it one more time, because the doctor didn't really speak English very well. I was okay with the results that I received because I didn't know what it was. But I also didn't know that that was the last day that I would walk free without kids outside. I was admitted to the hospital up until they had my children come out. And I say they had my children come out because at that point, I was no longer in control. I didn't know what was going on. And it turned out that I would be in a hospital for almost 2 months until they had my children. And I had 3 different birth dates for my children. Had false alarms, and if you're a woman with children, you know that means I couldn't eat for 12 hours, 3 times. I was not happy. But with that being said, all of that time by myself in isolation really taught me something about myself. Not taught me about the situation, because mind you, I still don't know what preeclampsia is. All I know is that I'm in here and it's for a reason. Please get these kids out. But I learned that when you have something within you, you need to pay attention to it. And with that being said, me not knowing when I would get out of the hospital, me not knowing if I would make it out of the hospital, because for those of you who don't know what preeclampsia is, it can be fatal for both of you and the children. That's 3 of us. And not to be a Debbie Downer, but I have to put it in perspective of, if I don't make it out of here, that's not one person, it's not 2, it's 3 of us. Do what you have to do. So then some things start to turn around for myself, because I said, you know what? I'm not going back to LA with 2 kids, that's too expensive. So I must make my life here. I must make it work here. So I did. They rolled me out of the hospital. My mom was right there by my side. And the very next day started a new chapter for me. I think we all kind of fall into a mindset of when tragedy happens, that's it. We stop and we take a moment to panic. That panic doesn't last us always, but it's gonna last you about 5 hours, maybe the next day, maybe a week, it's okay. Nobody's counting, right? I don't know, I wasn't. I couldn't, I didn't have time to. But between being allowed to feed my kids, between being allowed to feed myself, I started to get a little bit more push, a little bit more oomph in what I had going on. See, when I say reap what you sow, and when you say reap what you sow, right now we're probably meaning two different things. But I'm gonna shed a little bit of light on something that you guys are missing. Well, we've all missed before, and that's the soil. So we plant seeds, we gather those seeds, we have great ideas, but what are you planting your seeds in? Are you planting them in a desert climate? Are you planting them in soil? Have you ever rode through North Dallas and you see the soil look a little different than the South Dallas? Where are you planting your seeds? The soil is different. How are you watering your seeds? Pay attention to the soil. I began doing this as my sons grew, as I watched them every day, jobless. For 6 months, it's okay. The pandemic started in 6 months, so it was really okay. I didn't beat myself up, but I had a job to do, and that job must get done. So at 6 months, I decided to go and reverse back after I thought about it. I went to that job that I never got a chance to start, and they welcomed me back with open arms. Then after that, I got another job, and then another job. Then I quit a job. But I was able to do those things because I was able to prioritize what I had to do. With the job, I found that with a little bit of research, I could start a new business. Versus before, I didn't do my research. Then I researched getting a car. This time, I got the car that I wanted in 2017, but I had a reason for it. You guys are probably wondering, okay, so where is your soil in this? You're talking about soil, but you show me what's going on. I'll tell you what happened. All of those great seeds that I had before were rooted in trauma. They were rooted in rejection. I started my new business, my sole proprietorship, out of the fact that I didn't want to be rejected anymore. I felt like I was not worthy, but I'm going to make myself feel worthy because again, you're not firing me again, I'm going to fire myself. Without research, who would want to fire themselves? It was prideful. Those seeds were rooted in the wrong things. I moved to LA not because I went to an acting conservatory for critique lashes, not because I went there, but because I was running away from hard decisions that I had to make, and I wanted to start over. That seed was rooted in guilt. So everything that grew afterwards did not have a long life that I wanted it to have. And all of you are probably thinking like, gosh, that happened when that's week. I know, it happened for me too, and it's going to keep happening. But what you're going to do is take those lemons that life gives you and a sugar honey iced tea and go home about your day with an Arnold Palmer and keep it moving. That's what I had to do. And that's what I continue to do. And with the new seeds that I have in my hand, I make sure that I release the trauma, the guilt, the people pleasing, because the friends that I had made were not my day ones, twos, threes, fours, fives, and sixes. They were just my day ones, and they stayed there and they never came along. That's okay, because I had to shed what I needed to shed to make sure that my soil was healthy. I made sure that I got rid of the toxicity within myself. That's the negative self-talk. That's the self-talk that we develop from things that we've gone through, but we keep doing it as if it's normal. The jokes that you joke about with your friends, those aren't jokes. Those are extensions of the habits that you've created that built on into your character. Now you think it's funny, and you're the only ones laughing. That's introspection. Let go of the negative self-talk. The bad jokes is not funny. Let go of the trauma. Let go of the people-pleasing. And build a life within yourself before you allow others to pour into you. Because who's to say they aren't paying attention to their soil either? Look within yourself. Release those things so that that you have a hand for your basket, for your harvest, and a hand for your seeds. Plant and pick. Plant and pick. And as of today, it is up to you whether you have a box of flowers or a field of fruit. Walk away with your soil tended to, as I did for my babies that are now 3, as I did for myself that is now 28, and as I did for myself, an owner of an LLC and not a sole proprietorship. Okay? Respectfully, I want you guys to go away knowing this, that you are powerful, you are amazing, you are worthy, and your soil is waiting on you to water it correctly. Because you all came in here today with some seeds and ideas that you may not know is ready to grow until you start the work. Do the work, do it correctly, and you will succeed.
Miss Shannon Jenkins, everyone. All right, I don't know if I can take any more. Can y'all stand anymore? If you can, say more. Okay, we'll bring you some more brilliance. Let's bring to the stage now Carlos Harris. Carlos Harris is a 28-year-old entrepreneur that started his career as a fashion influencer and has grown his personal brand online to showcase his journey of entrepreneurship. He is the CEO of Harris Marketing and Media Group, as well as NEP Studios. His mission is to show others they can achieve their goals through hard work and discipline. Carlos' talk title today is Difficult Takes a Day, Impossible Takes a Week.
Good afternoon, you all. I want to start off by asking a question. How do you define success? Now, as you take a second to think about that, I'm going to walk you through what success means to me. Success to me is freedom. Being able to wake up when you want to, travel when you want to, actually living and not just existing. I found my way to success by forming daily habits that have helped me reach my goals each year. Sometimes it takes a period of isolation to get to where you want to get in life. Where your peers go out every weekend to escape the harsh realities that they have to face come Monday morning, you stay home, study your craft, and block out the noise. The instant gratifications of life will always be there. 1 year of pure focus can put you 5 years ahead of your peers. Success requires sacrifice. No matter what you consider success, you're going to have to do some work to get there. There's going to be some tough times, but remember, any challenge that's thrown your way, you have the tools to overcome it. So I want to ask you guys again, how do you define success? Write it down, then write down the small goals and sacrifices that you're going to have to do to get there. And lastly, remember, never doubt your abilities to achieve what you want to achieve in life. My name is Carlos Harris. I'm a 28-year-old entrepreneur. And I want to walk you through some of the chapters of my life of difficult takes a day, impossible takes a week. And the first chapter is going to be humble beginnings. I think in life, we all have a period where we face something and we have to be humble. And in my case, my first humbling thing was a college dropout. It's one of the most humbling things because in society, everyone looks at you as if you're nothing, you couldn't finish, and you couldn't execute what was asked of you. And it was the first L that I ever took in my life outside of my parents' home. I had the option to go back home, stay with my dad, or stay with my mom, but I chose to take the humbling experience to go sleep on my sister's couch. And I did that because I actually had to go face what I needed to face in life, and that was myself. It's because I was a functioning depressant. As I went through college, I drowned everything with alcohol, hanging out, and just doing the instant gratifications of life that we all fall into. But I had to take a look in the mirror and actually say, Carlos, what is it that you want to do in life? Where do you want to take your life? And what is it that you need to do to make change? Another thing in college that I experienced that a lot of people do too is bad credit. Another humbling experience. I couldn't even get an apartment in my own name. As cool as I was throughout my entire life, I couldn't go get an apartment. I had to sleep on my sister's couch, and I had to take a humbling look in the mirror and remember that this was the first life L that I ever had to take, and I had to bounce back from this. So what was it that I had to do? I had to rebuild. I had to eliminate the distractions that I had in my life, whether it be going out and partying or just focusing on women, girls, whatever you want to call it. I didn't have anything that actually had structure. So eliminating distractions, and one thing that helped me really do that was moving in with a roommate called Chris Williams. Chris Williams had more structure to his life than I did. At the time, coming out of college playing football, you would think that I had structure. I didn't. And one thing I thoroughly remember was Chris was really into fitness. So we had a jar that we picked from every single day. And with my drinking habits at the time, I couldn't run half a mile. And he would pick one that said 4 miles. I started out with half a mile. And I ran that half a mile, sore, every single day that I ran that half mile, but we got up to 4. I pushed myself because I wanted something. So every single day, I eliminated more and more distractions. And we sat in the living room and we said, hey, we want to save $10,000. And we focused on what it would take to get there every single week, the amount of hours that we had to put in at work, the amount we had to put back every single week. We did that. We created daily habits. And daily habits is what makes you successful in life. Your habits become your destiny. So those habits that we created every single day formed a routine that helped me get to where I am today. And I was waking up at 5:30 every single morning, running that 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles. And one time we got up to 10. It was one of the most accomplishing things that I've done in my fitness journey. So as we continued to build those daily habits, I started to focus on things that I really wanted to do in life. And that was take my life to the next level and taking that leap. I worked a job at Zena. Most of you guys might be familiar with that. It's a local, I would say Zena is a Thai restaurant. So I worked there, and I could feel the vibrations that came from that place. A lot of people would no-show, just coming to work with a lazy attitude, and it reflected on me as a person. I would no-show, show up with a lazy attitude. And I just knew that wasn't me as a person and as a whole. So I took a step to place myself in a better position. I went and worked a valet job. And a valet job for me was a step up. I felt a little bit more confident in myself. I felt like I was something, because at that point in my life, I don't think I ever let my parents down. And I felt like at that point, I was really, really in a down spot to where I didn't make them proud. And that's one of the things that I cherish the most, is seeing a smile on my mom's face, seeing a smile on my dad's face, and anybody around me that supports me. So I had to take that leap. It was a humbling thing to go park cars and open doors, and really in just simple terms, ask people how they're doing, and I really didn't care, because my focus was somewhere else. I wanted to go create and put myself out to the world on the internet, as we know, as influencing, but I really just wanted to be myself and take that leap. So after 6 months of working at the valet job and getting in trouble for sitting at the back in the cars that I was supposed to be pulling up, because I was sending emails to companies to try to go work for them and actually get some real money in my pocket, I decided to start flourishing into being my own boss. Now, being your own boss nowadays is glorified, and people think it's really easy, and they take it for granted and never really see the work that's put in behind the scenes. It's a lot of dark times. It's a lot of crying at your desk. It's just a lot of self and inner thoughts of quitting or maybe giving up on yourself, but at the end of the day, the pain of regret lasts so much longer than the pain of just to keep going. So I wanted to be my own boss. So I took a trip to New York. I took that trip to New York knowing that I wouldn't have a job when I came back, because my boss, Kevin Chu, told me I wouldn't. So I went up there and I started expanding my brand. I really, really wanted to focus on what I wanted to do in life. And I had about $2,000 to my name at the time. And I was traveling to Las Vegas after New York, and I was down to probably my last $250. And in life, you're going to be challenged at all times. When your back's against the wall, you can either do 2 things. You crawl up in the fetal position, or you fight your way out. And I wanted to fight my way out. So as I flew to Vegas, knowing that I was on my last dime, my dad gave me a text. My grandmother had passed maybe like a year or so before. Wasn't expecting any type of money to hit my account, My grandmother wasn't the richest person, and she's actually from out here in DeSoto, which is why this speech is really, really important to me to deliver this here, is she left me $3,000. And instead of using that $3,000 for instant gratifications that I talk about in life at the beginning of this speech, I used that to invest in what I wanted to do in life. I invested in traveling, expanding my network. I invested in going to other places and investing in photography equipment to further myself in the career that I wanted to take. I used that money to further myself to grow into that boss that I wanted to be in this flourishing stage of my life. When we talk about expanding network, a lot of people don't understand that it's great to be established in the place that you're from, and I'm from Dallas, but if you want to grow yourself to something that you never imagined, you have to take the steps to go somewhere and grow yourself in a new place. That's why I chose to move to New Jersey, to challenge myself to be around people who were like-minded and would ultimately put me in an uncomfortable position to be more comfortable later in life. I don't know if you guys caught that, but I want to be uncomfortable so I can be comfortable later in life. If I make myself uncomfortable right now and I come up here and execute what I'm supposed to do, this can lead to further opportunities, which will make me more comfortable and will be able to take care of my family, give back to my dad, give back to my mom. They made huge sacrifices for me to be up here. They don't even know that I don't even speak about half the time. But adaptability, that's what you talk about when you move to another place, is being adaptable. I'm up there by myself now, because my dad's decided to move back to Texas. But it's a place where I feel like I stepped outside of my comfort zone. I challenged myself to be something that I always dreamed of, and that what my grandmother would be proud of. She wanted me to go to the NFL. She wanted me to be successful in football, even though that didn't work out. But I know she'd be proud of me for me being here today. So at the end of all this, I really want you to remember that your habits become your destiny. Every single time that you wake up in the morning, remember that the small things, like I know a lot of people make fun of me on Instagram for is making your bed. It's a small habit that you adapt every single day. You accomplish that one thing, and you build on top of it. Every single day throughout the day. It's the small things that matter. It's not about taking a huge leap and trying to execute everything in 24 hours. You write down your to-do list, you execute your to-do list, and you continue to execute that throughout life. It's about building successful days on top of weeks, months, and then years. So always remember, your habits will become your destiny.
One more time for Carlos Harris, everybody. All right.
The assignment. Most of the times, I ended up doing most of the things that day just to get care. There had to be a better way, a better team structure in order to help healthcare providers provide the care that the patients needed. That search for a better way led me to telemedicine. Telemedicine had not been utilized widely in the past, although it had been around for decades. The 2020 pandemic changed all of that, opening up the virtual gates to access to care for everyone. What had almost seemed unimaginable to receive health care with your doctor via your iPhone or computer became almost the norm overnight. But that hasn't been enough. Telemedicine has broken barriers, opening access to care for many, but it's not living up to its fullest potential because subject matter experts are working in silos. We need better structured teams in the telehealth space in order to disrupt the status quo. Currently, we have doctors and nurses working on something, while the tech people are separately translating that into apps. There isn't enough cross-communication and collaboration. They're just practicing medicine the way they've always practiced, but just online. Doing things the way that you've always done will result in the results that you've always had. Results like inequity. African Americans are more likely to die from all causes at early ages. And no, it's not due to genetics. There are systems and policies in place that make it more difficult for minorities, people with disabilities, poor people, and people who love differently than the status quo to receive quality care. Telemedicine was supposed to change
deductibles are so high and the coverage is so low that they will fall into substantial financial debt if any health issues were to arise. Telemedicine was supposed to change all of that. But how? As I stated before, we need people from all walks of life to serve in healthcare. How can we create change if we keep using the same formula? I'm not saying that we need to think outside of the box. What I'm saying is there is no box. Let's take a look at Disney. Yes, this Disney. I've admired the company since I was a toddler for their films, but I've grown to love their business structure. Has anybody heard of the Imagineers? Disney has an entire team whose purpose is to dream bigger. Their real-life superpower is ideation and innovation, as they're responsible for the things outside of the film and television shows, things that are meant to be experienced, such as theme parks, resorts, cruise ships, to name a few. They have a no-box method of thinking. They have a manner of presenting ideas where they're told to leave their limiting beliefs at the door in order to present their grandest idea. They don't have to think about budget, tools, or even steps needed in order to provide their grandest and purest idea. From there, even if ideas aren't picked up, they're never thrown away, but can be taken for later use, sometimes coming back decades later. Now, if you were to think about the name Imagineers, you'd probably think they were a team of engineers. I mean, Imagineers, but no. Imagineers can come from almost any profession and contribute to the team. They can be architects, writers, concept illustrators, landscapers, to name a few. Almost 140 different professions contribute to the field in order to create a diversity of skill sets and expertise. As Einstein once said, logic can get you from A to B. Imagination will take you everywhere. Imagine this. What if there was a board of directors for a telehealth organization, but not just any old group of decision makers, something like the Imagineers, but healthcare focused. Let's call them the pacemakers because they will set the pace of healthcare innovation. What if instead of the usual suspects, typically older white men like CEOs, doctors, lawyers, healthcare providers, opened up the pacemakers some more? What if they were contributors to the team that had absolutely no ties to healthcare? Imagine this. Teachers who would use their transferable skills to create easy, patient-friendly education, as well as educate those in your organization how to learn more efficiently and effectively. Airline pilots who are known to work well under pressure, who know how to use technology, as well as anticipate the inevitable and get people where they need to be safely. Wholesale business owners who can work to provide cheaper ways to access care. Community leaders who know what's going on in the various zip codes. They can help identify food deserts in order for us to send patient-friendly, disease-specific foods to patients using drones. Patients, like Mr. Jack, who could tell us exactly what they need in order to live healthier lives. Like the Imagineers, if we can dream it, we can create it. Adopting ideas from other professions is not something that we need to imagine. Healthcare has benefited from translating ideologies from other professions in the past. Have you ever heard of someone going to the hospital for a right leg amputation and erroneously believing with their left leg amputated and seeing both to go? Totally not cool. So of course, healthcare leaders were looking at other industries in order to avoid 3 W's. 1, wrong patient, 2, wrong procedure, and 3, wrong site. They studied the airline industry's timeout techniques, and the Joint Commission was able to adopt the universal protocol, where surgeons are 1, required to identify the patient and procedure, 2, mark that site, and 3, time out to discuss with their team if there are any questions, as well as reconfirm those things to avoid the 3 W's while using checklists. This has saved countless lives. Imagine what outcomes a group like the pacemakers could create if they come together to mesh their transferable skills in order to disrupt healthcare, disrupt costs, disrupt access, disrupt outcomes. What if a group could come together to not only transform healthcare, but to create a whole new world, a place where patients like Mr. Jack would not fall through the cracks, where we would not need an insurance company to approve an order where your doctor already determined that you need it, where people on the pacemaker board, like the community leaders, instead of food stamps, could provide digital health stamps, where people could receive cheaper exercise equipment, cheaper meds, and healthier foods. Where patients like Mr. Jack, without traditional health insurance, could receive the same care as those with it. We need teams to come together to change the system. We can create that dream team, just like I wanted to create all those years ago when I was lamenting over those group projects. This is the greatest group project that can affect us all. We need people like you sitting at the table to help healthcare organizations create well decisions. Imagine what impact that could have on you, someone you love, or even Mr. Jack. We need you to engage with healthcare organizations. Apply for that job on LinkedIn, even though you don't have the recommended credentials. Advocate for boards to hear your voice. Become the disruption. And for those in healthcare leadership, I have 3 pieces of advice for you. 1, recruit widely. 2, have a no-box method of submitting ideas, Disney style. And 3, have a method in place for translating ideas between different groups in the organization. For example, doctors don't problem solve like engineers, so there needs to be a mechanism in place to problem solve in a team-based approach that won't have your team members dreading the group project like I once did. Everything we need to solve the healthcare dystopia can be found in creating diverse, intricately structured teams. Telemedicine is pushing the envelope with increasing access to care. Now, it's time for us to create a collaborative space across professions and cultures to save healthcare. Not only in your backyard, but the world, or perhaps the metaverse. If you can see yourself joining healthcare despite your background, meaning you want to join the pacemaker board, raise your hand. Let's go save the world.
All right, everybody, one more time for Dr. Urquita DeRowan. All right, have you all enjoyed yourselves so far? Well, let TEDxDesoto know that you've enjoyed yourself. Come on, give a round of applause. Well, we've had our first half of some dynamic, creative thinkers and brilliant minds. Our second half is coming up in just a moment. We're at intermission now. You're invited to go out. There are vendors in the hallway. Take a break. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the second half of TEDxDesoto. All right, everyone. Y'all see how I just remain calm? I almost wanted to jump off the stage. What was that? Anyways, we are back with TED Talk DeSoto. Did y'all enjoy the first half of the guests that we had? Some amazing creators of thought and brilliance. Was that not excellent or what? Well, part two, we are ready to get started with TEDxDesoto part two. And our next guest coming to the stage is James Lynn, a professional trainer, a personal trainer, nutritionist, breath coach, and boxing coach. James is passionate about his helping other people lead a healthy lifestyle. In 2018, he had an accident that caused his left lung to collapse, which in his words, was the best thing that ever happened to him. Along the journey of reconnecting with his breath, James found the art of African drumming, which has become a pivotal tool in his healing journey. James believes that music, sound, and rhythms of the African diaspora can help aid in balancing the energy of his body and help conquer the struggles throughout his community. Everyone, his talk text today is Conversations Rule the Nation, Effective Communication Through Drumming.
Effective communication and good music have one thing in common. They both support healthy conversations. And we believe that conversations rule the nation. And being aware of both forms, verbal communication and nonverbal communication, are equally important. And regardless of where you travel in the world, knowing how to communicate with others is extremely essential. We as musicians, we embrace effective communication, especially while drumming and dancing. The drum conversation must flow effectively to the dancers. And in return, the dancers' conversation must flow back to the drummers. That way, the music and the dance patterns continue to flow in harmony. And throughout my experience, I've learned that these same musical concepts, these same musical conversations can be applied and transferred into our day-to-day interactions. So what does that mean? Regardless if I'm meeting a friend for coffee or grabbing lunch with a colleague, the conversations had should still feel and flow like good music. By a show of hands, Who's in the audience loves to travel the world? Do I have any world travels in the building? Okay, quite a few, quite a few. Personally, I love to travel. And recently, I had the opportunity to experience conversations in the beautiful, the majestic, and serene lands of Oaxaca, Mexico. This place was so amazing, and it was extremely peaceful. Outside my balcony, I could hear the conversations of the ocean, the waves communicating with the rocks. I could also hear the birds and the insects communicating with each other underneath the night sky. And some mornings, I was able to wake up to the sunrise and communicate my thoughts and my feelings through journaling, all while by the beach. So you see, conversations are happening everywhere at all times. But during my stay in Oaxaca, I also attended an African dance and drum retreat known as Kono Dawn for 14 days. This workshop, it brought together musicians and artists and dancers from all over the world. I mean, from Costa Rica, Argentina, Belgium, Israel, Mexico, even Czech Republic. And even though we spoke many different languages and we had our own cultural differences, we all shared one common language, which was music. So I remember one night after rehearsal, I got asked a very thought-provoking question. They said, "Hey, James, because of these language barriers, because of these cultural differences, do you ever feel disconnected or find it challenging to communicate your wants and your needs?" I sat with this question for some time. And then it dawned on me. Because we had been communicating through our music for so long, when interacting with words, those same musical concepts, those same musical conversations, they still apply. So I didn't need to speak Spanish or learn French. I just treated each interaction musically. And for me, this allowed me to connect with everything and everybody around me, which is the art of effective communication. So you're probably wondering, what are these musical concepts that we can adopt today that can help improve our communication? Well, for starters, the first concept is listening. As a musician, I must listen to the person on my left and also to the person on my right. This way, it ensures that what I'm playing aligns to what they're playing. Musically, this is a call and a response. In a conversation, the call may look like, "Hello, how are you doing?" The response, "Oh my God, look what's on Instagram," immediately alerts me that the person was not listening. So when we listen to understand and not simply listen just to respond, that's taking the first steps to having a healthy conversation. Musical concept number 2, we must stay in the present moment. As a drummer, we play lots of music, and sometimes playing a certain song, the tempo can change. It may speed up and go extremely fast, and at other times, it may slow down and go extremely slow. And regardless of either change, I must adapt to them flawlessly without any interruptions. And the only way that's possible, my heart has to be in the music. So in a conversation, remaining in the present moment, it looks like putting your phone face down, making eye contact with the receiver, Not thinking about what am I gonna eat for lunch or cook for dinner tonight. When you remain in the present moment during a conversation, you lead from the heart, free of all ego, free of all pride. All right, lastly, the third musical concept that you can adopt today that can help improve your communication is remaining open. I want you to think about your favorite song. Think about all of the instruments that it took to create that song. Now, how does the music move you when you only hear the drums? Boom, 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 choo. Right? It feels good, but think about how does it move you when we invite the keyboard to join the conversation? Na 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 na, boom, boom, boom. And then what about the saxophone? Boom, boom, boom. And you can never go wrong with the bass guitar. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So that's 4 different conversations happening at one time, not colliding with each other, but playing in harmony, playing in sync. When we remain open during a conversation, it allows us to grow and learn together, not overpowering each other or downplaying one's viewpoint. I'll share, and then you share. I listen, you listen. You speak, then I speak. It's a community when you remain open. And these 3 concepts, they have improved my communication greatly. Not sure if you could tell or not, but I used to stutter. I was always in my head, never in the present moment, just fumbling over my words. My rhythm with the listener was always off. And because they have helped me improve my communication, I believe they can also help you improve your communication with your friends, with your family, with your colleagues. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Let's experience these concepts in real time. You're probably wondering how. So I have something for you. I want this side, I want this side, I want everybody to join me and my drum family for a jam session. Does that sound good? Nice, nice. So before we start, our drum signal, this signal tells us when to start playing, and it also tells us when to stop playing. And that drum signal, it sounds like this. Nice. So when you hear that signal, starting with this side, I want you to take your attention and look at my brother Fred and follow his rhythm by clapping to it, which sounds like this. And we're gonna clap. 2, 3. Y'all are ready. Hold on, time out, time out. Once this signal begins, we're gonna do that. Are you ready? All right, here we go. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. As you're playing, I want you to listen. Feel that bass, feel that beat. Stay in the present moment. If it makes you smile, go ahead and smile. If it makes you dance, go ahead and dance, but feel it. This side of the room, we know what the signal sounds like. So whenever you hear the signal next, I want you to direct your attention to my brother Tarami. And you're gonna clap to his rhythm, which sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After the signal, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 2, keep playing. We have 2 conversations going at one time. We're not colliding. We're playing in harmony, and we're sounding pretty good. I think we have room for one more conversation. Hey, yo, drum family, take it away. Keep it going. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Continue to listen. Continue to stay in the present moment. Remain open to these conversations. We're playing together, having fun. Now remember, that same signal, that same that tells us when to start, is that same signal that tells us when to stop. You can keep playing, continue to play. On that next signal, we're all gonna stop playing together. Listen for the signal. Listen for the signal. Great job, great job, great job. So you see, when you fuse the art of communicating with the principles of drumming and music, not only is beautiful music made, but more importantly, healthy conversations are had. Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's hear it again for the amazing James Lynn. All right, let's continue on with TED Talk, TEDxDesoto, and get to our next brilliant mind and creator. Nathan Spiteri is an author, speaker, advocate, filmmaker, actor, and screenwriter. He is also a sexual abuse survivor. Born in Canberra, Australia, Nathan was sexually abused as a child, threatened with his life and that of his family. He turned to drugs, violence, and sex as a result to survive. Hitting rock bottom, Nathan finally came out the other side through intense therapy. Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics, and Sex Anonymous. He has chosen to use his painful past and life experiences to help others. He is one of the very few voices of male sexual abuse to speak so openly and publicly, and wants to start the conversation and change the narrative surrounding this global epidemic. His talk title today is The Power of One.
If you tell anyone, I'll kill you, and I'll kill your family. These were the first words he said to me when I was 8 years old. 1 in 6. That's the number of men globally who have been sexually assaulted and abused. I am one of them. I am here to tell you my story and to change the narrative. For it's a narrative that continues to define too many men in the world. The aftermath of abuse doesn't end as many people want to believe when our abuser leaves our lives. To move from victim to victor is the ultimate victory. And we do so by making one powerful decision. We break up with our abuser. If we can shift the men's sexual abuse paradigm, create a new conversation rooted in hope and power, and save the lives of thousands of men just like me, just like you, imagine how the world would respond. Now this is how we break up with our abuser. This is how we break the cycle. This is the power of one. When I was 8 years old, my sister and I went to the local swimming pool. And at the end of the day, a man followed me into the change rooms and raped me in the shower. The first thing he said to me was that if I tell anyone, he'll kill me and my family. Now, I grew up in Queendon, a small town just outside of Canberra, the capital of Australia. And this man knew where to find me, and he continued to abuse me, to groom me, and to manipulate me. And in a somewhat unfathomable way, I thought I fell into a relationship with him that some might call Stockholm Syndrome. I felt love for this man, the same man who hurt and abused me. And I fell to the point where at 8 years old, I would ride my bike to his house and wait outside for him, knowing all too well the horrible fate that awaited me. And this went on for 5 years. Just before my 13th birthday, he abandoned me. He disappeared out of my life. And for 2 years, I questioned who I was, what I was, and where I belonged in the world. At 15 years old, I started sneaking into gay cruise lounges and sex clubs. And in a recapitulating theme, I let these men abuse me, and then I was violent with them. I would beat them up and rob them. I abused them as I had been abused, in an unconscious repetition of revenge and betrayal. And identifying with my abuser, I thought I was giving my power back, feeling alive again. It was my FU to the world. Now this was happening as I was trying to be in healthy relationships with females. My addiction to alcohol and drugs had begun my depression deepened. I pushed away from family and friends, and I lived the life of an imposter, a sullen, angry actor who thought he was charming his way through society. You know, in a world of seemingly happy and healthy people, I thought I was the only one who was lost and confused. Eventually, I moved to New York to study and become a professional actor, hoping to get away from my past and to start a new life. But I quickly fell back into my post-trauma behaviors. I fell in with the wrong crowd, started in on heavy drugs like heroin and crack cocaine. I started selling my body for sex with men and struggled daily with suicidal ideations, to the point where I attempted suicide. Now, I lived the life of an emotionally abandoned, self-loathing man. And then I told someone. I opened my heart and poured everything out in the presence of my best friend. After 25 years of silent suffering, I finally spoke my truth. And the greatest turning point in my healing journey came when I was in group therapy. And my therapist asked us all to talk about something we were proud of, something we had achieved. And I fell to tears right away, knowing that there was absolutely nothing I was proud of. Absolutely nothing in my 32 years of existence that I achieved. And then a fellow group member leaned in and whispered to me, "Nathan, you are here. This is what you should be proud of." And suddenly I realized that showing up is what mattered most. Yes, we talk about the incident, and many more talk about the successful resolutions. But few, if any, talk about the mess in between. Why? Because too many men can't face the reality that sexual abuse can and does happen to us. This is due to shame, judgment, toxic masculinity, or simply a fragile or hurt ego trying to protect them. So breaking up with our abuser doesn't end when we say goodbye or simply by walking away. So let's go over the steps I took to break up with my abuser. And may they be a roadmap for others. 1. Anger and hatred leads to forgiveness. Now, anger and hatred are two demons I lived with all my life. I was angry with and I hated the world. I felt and acted like it owed me something. I hated everyone around me, and I hated myself for who and what I had become. It took a lot of the inner work to understand, appreciate, and get through these two major emotions, but I did. And we can break up with anger and hatred. Now we wrestle with their presence in our lives until we embrace them and we learn what they came to teach. They came to teach about forgiveness. Only once we manage to forgive ourselves for what was done to us and not by us, and understand the virtue of forgiving those who have hurt us the most, can we disempower the demons of anger and hate that control us. We will see life and its people in a new light, the light of mercy. But if we don't find forgiveness, we will continue to live in the cycle of anger and hate. This is forgiveness. 2, imposter syndrome and self-sabotage leads to acceptance. If you could go back and speak to your childhood self, what would you tell them? Now, for most of us, the answer is, it wasn't your fault. Now, I lived my life with an unrelenting belief that I was to blame for my abuse, that I don't deserve love, that peace and joy were not mine to have. I sabotaged everything good in my life. Now, who am I to talk about this? I would tell myself, what do I know? Why should I be the one? But once I realized that my childhood trauma was not my fault, and I accepted everything I'd been through in my life, a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders. I was finally able to understand my relationship with my abuser, with my family, with friends and lovers. Now I'm honoring who we truly are and letting go of the need for an imposter. We discover that we are powerful beyond belief and nothing can stop us. This is acceptance. 3, shame and ego leads to confidence. Take ownership of everything you are and everything you have done. The good, the bad, the ugly. Now I gained a powerful sense of freedom and self-worth. The voices in my head were silenced and I was finally able to love and accept myself for the very first time. Now I am not a perfect human, far from it. And none of us are. We are not made to be perfect. However, we have to work hard at taking control, accepting ourselves, and freeing ourselves from the shame and ego that swell from deep within. Not only then will we evolve into higher and stronger people, and we realize that we had the power all along. This is confidence. 4, toxic masculinity leads to vulnerability. Pride. A recent study done on the tears we shed from shame, anger, hatred, sorrow, depression revealed that there are enough toxins and poisons in these tears to kill a rat. So think about that. Think about what that does to us as humans when we hold our tears inside. So I say to you, feel your pain. Show your vulnerability. Share the darkest secret of your life. Cry and end the stigma that men don't cry. Yeah. Toxic masculinity is the outgrowth of men being groomed into believing that vulnerability is bad, it's weak, and it's not manly. Now this is wrong and it's untrue. It is okay not to be okay. And more importantly, it is okay to show that you are not okay. This is vulnerability. 5, unworthiness and fear leads to worthiness. Breathe. Take back your power. Now write a letter to your abuser and to your traumas, telling them that they do not own you anymore, that you are free from them. You are strong, you are thriving, and you are a survivor. Do what you want with the letter. Now take it to your grave, give it to a loved one, burn it, which is what I did. Keep it on you forever so you can see how far you have come. But once you let go of unworthiness and fear, you discover that you are worthy and you are deserving. And when self-doubt hits deep, see where it hits you on your body and sit with it. Understand what it does to you, how it makes you feel, and then breathe through it. Move forward with it, evolve with it, grow with it. Breathing keeps us safe, it keeps us strong, it keeps us calm. This is worthiness. 6, addiction and self-harm leads to community. Therapy, rehabilitation programs, and mindfulness techniques gives us a better understanding of addiction and self-harm. Now we reach out to others, to a higher power or a higher self. And in doing so, we experience the healing effect of community, family, and like-minded people. Connection to others ensures that we do not fall down again. And when speaking about my trauma, I make sure to surround myself with people who love me, who believe me, and who listen to me. 3 of the most important words in the English language are undoubtedly, I hear you. So make sure to surround yourself with someone who hears you. This is community. And last but not least, education leads to transformation. Teach. Now we need to educate our children. But in order to do that, we first need to educate ourselves as adults, as leaders, and as a community of thinkers and doers. Otherwise, what's the point? Why are we here? When we educate ourselves, we open our ears, our hearts and our minds. We drop the prejudice and the fear. And we can finally end the narrative and the stigma that surrounds child and male sexual abuse. Now we need to keep on having this conversation so that one day the world finally hears us and responds. This is transformation. So let me leave you with this. As the last few lines of my memoir, Toy Cars, is written, it is time we stand up, have the conversation, educate ourselves and each other, and be proud of who we are. And we are no longer victims. We are survivors, and we are here. Freedom is of the mind, not of the body. You know, speaking and living our truth is a powerful thing. And our truth is our power and our ultimate freedom. This is the power of one. Imagine the power of one. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Nathan Spiteri. Bringing to the stage our next speaker, Miss Lucille Reddick. Lucille is a woman of God, an Amazon best-selling author, speaker, financial coach, and wife coach for women seeking to improve their communication skills, to reconnect with their husbands, and create happy, healthy marriages. She is the author of the book, That Secret Sauce, Essential Ingredients for Creating an Exceptional Marriage, and founder of Chosen Wives Tribe, a community of women committed to transforming their minds and character to see their marriages as God's gift, designed to bring them joy and Him glory. It is her mission to save thousands of wives from the emotional pain and life disruption that divorce causes. She is grateful for the gift her marriage has been to her life. Her talk title today is Stop Focusing on the Socks.
I have been married for about 7 years to my sweetheart, Donna. Every 2 weeks, I went to the hair salon. My time at the hair salon was like a therapy session. My stylist was such a good listener and always offered me a different perspective on things. But this particular time, we had probably about an hour and a half to talk. And she asked me about my family. And I said, this marriage thing ain't working. I want a divorce. I just knew no one else was going through what I was going through. So she said, hold on. Wait a minute, let me ask you a few questions. Is he a cheater? I said, no. Has he put his hands on you? I said, no. Does he drink too much or do drugs? I said, no. But you don't understand. He won't help me keep the house clean. For example, he'll sit down on the bed, take off his shoes and socks, and he'll throw those socks over towards the hamper, see that it missed the hamper, and not pick it up. It just frustrates me to no end. She said, girl, wait a minute, we talking about socks? I said, yeah, we talking about socks. So she helped me talk through it, and she helped me get a different perspective on it. And she encouraged me to focus on the positive part of my husband. And I told her, I said, look, he's a provider, he's my protector, he's thoughtful, loving, gentle, kind, and a great father to our kids. And she looked at me like I had horns. She was like, you gonna throw away your marriage? Y'all, I was about to throw away my whole marriage because I was focused on socks. Now, let me just explain. My love language is acts of service. And I thought that he was doing it intentionally. I said to myself, now he saw those socks. He saw them. He could have picked them up, and he didn't pick them up because he wanted to piss me off. I had myself convinced that he was doing it on purpose. So I decided I would. I would try to focus on the positive. Now, I'm going to tell you, after 37 years of marriage, I'm convinced that he probably thought he was doing me a favor. Because he would have been content just to leave him there at the end of the bed when he took him off at. He at least got him close to the hamper. So in that regard, he was being thoughtful. But I didn't see it that way. So, back to the hairstylist. She asked me, now, are you willing to destroy your marriage over socks? decided somebody needs to change. And because I don't have no control over nobody else, believe me, I've tried. That somebody was gonna have to be me. And I could change my actions and perspective. And that's what I decided to do. I decided to focus on the positive and not focus on the signs. Now I wanted my marriage to thrive, not just survive. So I said, what am I going to be able to do in order to make that happen? Because I didn't really have a roadmap. My parents were divorced. And so I had to go to reading and YouTube videos. I was doing it all. But I continued to be intentional about working on connecting with my husband. So, let me share with you, when I was writing my book, that secret sauce, essential ingredients to creating an exceptional marriage, I surveyed over 1,000 couples who had been married from 6 years to 60 years. And I asked them, what advice would you give to a newly married couple? Oh, they gave me great feedback. They were very free with it. But I chose 3 of the most impactful ones to share with you today. And they're in alignment with some of the things that I did. So, stop focusing on the socks. Let me go back just a minute. I want you to think about, what are the socks for you? And for me, it was actual socks. But I have a friend who gets annoyed that her husband sometimes eats chips in bed. And I tell her, stop focusing on the socks. Now I have another friend whose husband is annoyed that her car isn't immaculate on the inside. He says it's junky. But I tell him, stop focusing on the socks. And another friend, now she's annoyed because her husband puts dishes in the sink next to the dishwasher. She can understand why he can't just rinse them off and put them in the dishwasher, but he doesn't. He says he's putting them so. Bless his heart. Anyway, I tell her, stop focusing on the socks. So think about it. What could be socks for you? To believe that your spouse is forgetful? They make you late all the time to events? They fall asleep on the couch. What about leaving cabinets and drawers open? I tell you, I've heard it all from the women that I talk to. Our socks could be anything, but I want you to start focusing on the socks, whatever your sock is. Okay, let's talk about those 3 things to help you lean into a healthy marriage. Number 1, focus on the positives. I want you to write down a list of things that made you fall in love with your spouse. And when they do something that's annoying, immediately switch to something that's on that list, something you like about it, and focus your energy on that. Compliment them about something that they do that you like, and focus on the positive part. Number 2. Let me see. Number 2, I know it is. Expectations. Manage expectations. Now, I told you I've been married 37 years, and that sock situation really hadn't changed. So, if you think about it, think about your relationships. Some of those things, it's been a while for whatever your sock is probably. It's probably not going to change. So, manage your expectations in that regard. Go ahead and share your desires in regards to whatever that is. And set some healthy boundaries. set those healthy boundaries for yourself. And then continue on with that. Now, setting healthy boundaries is great for self-care and it helps with making marriages stronger. Number 3, prayer. That's a big one. I pray that the Lord would change my heart towards this issue. I pray for my husband in general. I said, Lord, please help me see him the way you see him. Because I know what I'm seeing right now. It's not of you, Lord. So help me to see what you see. And he did. Praying for our spouse, anyone, think about our other relationships, but praying for our spouse really sets our hearts up for love. It melts away those hard edges that we may feel about whatever that issue is. So, that's my offer to you. Let's recap. Number 1, focus on the positive. Number 2, manage expectations. And number 3, prayer. So, that's it for me. I just want to tell you, stop focusing on the socks.
Miss Lucille Reddick, everyone. Stop focusing on the socks, stop focusing on the underwear, stop focusing on the toilet seats. Yeah, that's a whole lot of conversation. Once again, Miss Lucille Reddick, everyone. All right, our next speaker coming to the stage is Mr. DeAndre Brown. DeAndre is a 23-year-old influencer who made his rise to social media fame in October of 2021 by creating comical yet educational videos discussing Generation Z in the workforce. After receiving now over 1 billion views on Gen Z at Work videos and 20 press publications, he has become known as the corporate baddie and has shifted the way in which young professionals view the corporate world. His talk title today is Keep the Dream Alive.
When I was 8 years old, I knew I wanted to be a TV personality. My passions were acting, theater, being the light of the world, making people laugh, making people feel inspired. And I didn't know then what I know now is that these were the times that I felt most alive. Everyone saw it. Even my pastor, who used to call me the young Denzel. And no, he didn't call me this because I was black. He called me this because he saw that passion early on. And anytime there's an opportunity to do a speech or a skit at the church or even outside of the church, I was always volunteering. And at the time, I was kind of embarrassed by it. But deep down inside, it felt really good. Now my mother, she enrolled me in so many courses. I mean, I took acting class, theater class, music class, dance class. I took so many classes, but probably naming them all, I wouldn't have time to finish my speech. But she did this because she saw that passion early on too. She saw it for what it really was, in a way that only a mother could. And she knew that by investing in these passions early on, will one day change the trajectory of my life. Thanks, Mom. Then came career day at school. And you probably may be wondering, well, how did you not follow this passion when you had such a huge family support system? It was because, although my family supported me, my peers did not. I will never forget at my suburban Catholic high school that I just transferred to, very conservative. Everyone had to stand up and say what they wanted to do when they grew up. So many people stood up and said, I want to be such and such attorney. I I want to be such and such investment banker. I want to be such and such doctor. Then it was my turn. I stood up and I said, I want to be a TV personality. Everybody started laughing. I was laughed to scorn. People told me, you'll be poor forever if you do that. You'll never be successful doing that. And I thought, the reason why they're saying this is because my dream is considered out of the ordinary to them, because they've never seen it done before. And then after hearing everybody's remarks and hearing them laugh, I no longer saw the vision for myself either. That was the day that my dream died. And that is a different kind of death. And it's like usually it's your family that's like, do something more realistic, and it's your friends that tell you, oh, follow your dreams, follow your heart. But see, mine was reversed. It's like I wanted to listen to my heart and the thing that was deep down inside of me. But I think at the time what I wanted more than that was, here's approval. So what do you do when everyone shuts down your dream? Well, at the time I thought you could only do one or two options. You can, one, change your environment, and two, minimize your dream. And I didn't have the money to change my environment, so I decided to do option two. I minimized my dream. I shut the door of being a TV personality, and I opened the door to something more than the box, something that has been done before. So now I'm at Morehouse College as a pre-law major. Yeah. And just jump right there, right? I'm at Morehouse College as a pre-law major. And while at Morehouse, I excelled in my academics, so much so that I was offered an internship at the Supreme Court of New York City as a freshman. Pretty impressive, right? I'll take my job. But I hated it. Okay? Reading through contracts and motions all day was just not my idea of a great time. However, what I do remember is one day sitting in on a trial that was happening. And it was my first time seeing the defense attorney in action. And something lit up inside of me. I was like, oh my gosh, he's killing it. And I didn't know this then, but I know now that the reason something lit up inside of me is because a defense attorney is literally giving a speech to an audience to persuade them to believe why their client is innocent. It was what I wanted to do. It was that thing that I loved, that thing that was inside of me all this time, that I wouldn't let breathe. It kept trying to come to surface, and I kept pushing it down. And I saw this play out again when I switched my major to business marketing, because I really just wasn't here for pre-law at all. So, then anyways, I graduated from Morehouse College. Yes. It's like, I'm like, read my comments. So, graduated from Morehouse College, and I started a job at an investment bank. And I'll never forget, the first 2 weeks at this bank, we had to do one-on-ones with people who are higher up in the company. Us new analysts would call them the SVPs. And we would always say it bougie like that. So we were doing our one-on-ones with the people higher up in the company, and something stood out to me that I wasn't liking. Everybody I talked to was at the company for 10 plus years. I remember thinking, 10 plus years? You all have been here for 10 plus years? I had been there for 10 days and was ready to quit. And you're telling me you've been here for 10 plus years? And you know what I realized? Although they could do that for 10 plus years, I could never do that because my heart wasn't in it. So I did what a lot of other Gen Zs do. I went on social media. And you know, the reason why Gen Zs and just people in general go to social media nowadays is because it's an outlet to express yourself in a world that's always trying to limit you and conform you. So when I started posting on social media, my goal was to never be an influencer. My goal was basically to educate minorities specifically on how they can gain access to corporate America, because I was so good at navigating these spaces when I was an undergraduate. And I even participated in so many career readiness programs. So I would say I knew what these employers were looking for. And you know, although I didn't get a lot of traction and a lot of numbers, one thing that I realized was that I really enjoyed doing it. I was so passionate about it. I loved it. I would post first thing when I woke up, right before I went to bed. I was posting 5 to 6 times a day. And obviously, it was the only thing I could talk about. So our friends would even say sometimes, okay, we not touch your jersey, can we just talk about something else really quick? But, you know, I realized that this was happening is because I was finally living out that thing, the thing that I always wanted, the thing that was inside of me all this time. So then after that, I was like, you know what, I wonder what would happen if I actually took this platform and I grew it somehow. So I started doing research on social media, on TikTok specifically. Put out my computer and I saw 70% of users are Gen Z. Oh my gosh, I'm Gen Z. I also saw that they push out content that's comical. I don't think I'm that bad. So, you know what? I said, I got it. I'm gonna upload videos on Generation Z in the workforce because I still wanted to make sure that I was educating minorities and people who were trying to enter the corporate world. So I pulled out my phone, spoke to the camera, uploaded the video, and went about my business. Here's the video that I uploaded.
We're bringing DeAndre Brown on our team, and DeAndre, take it away.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jack, for that warm introduction. And I'm so happy to be a part of this team now. Before we really dive into the work that we're going to be doing together, there is a few things that I would like to go over, and I wrote them down here to read to you all today. So Jack actually hired me to work from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So anytime before 8 and anytime after 5, I'm actually not available. Yeah, just think of me as dead. I know I'm not alive. Okay, right? Also, on days off, please do not reach out to me. I'm also dead on those days as well. And I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And lastly, I will not be scheduling one-on-one calls with you all. Instead, please email me your zodiac sign, and that'll show me and tell me everything I need to know about you, right? Right, and I'll make sure to email these notes to you as well, just so that you have them for reference in regards to me. So, thank you. So that was the video I uploaded, right? So the next morning I woke up and I received a text from my old boss. And he was like, yo, I've been seeing your video all over social media. It's so funny, you're hilarious, keep going. And I remember thinking, let me go look on TikTok and see what's going on there. Open up the TikTok app and I see 1 million views in less than 24 hours. I said, oh my gosh, this is good, I have something going here. So then I said, I'm just gonna keep posting consistently because I know when you're consistent at things, they usually work out in your favor. So I posted every single day. And I kept making these type of videos because I knew that they would resonate with my audience. And the next thing you know, I'm receiving news articles, calling me, emailing me, asking to write publications on me. I'm receiving brand deals from some of the top corporations such as Microsoft, LinkedIn, Google, management team, agencies are reaching out to me. And I remember sitting back thinking, wow, all this because of passion, consistency, and listening to that thing that was always inside of me. Suddenly, nothing else mattered besides making that little boy happy. The one that had a dream. The one whose dream got shot down. I just wanted to make him happy. So, I decided to take a leap of faith and I quit my job. Well, I didn't quit in 10 days, you all, but I did quit after 10 months. And you know, taking that leap of faith was very difficult because being a full-time entrepreneur is no easy task. Right, you all know, some of you know, right? But you know, you have to be your own self-motivation. And I stay motivated through listening to motivational podcasts, A, and B, My supporters keep me motivated as well. So I have a dog named Harper. If you're familiar with my content, you've seen Harper a lot too. And one day I was walking Harper down the street and a lady came up to me and she said, I know you don't know this, you don't know me, but you really inspire me to set boundaries at work. I said, tell me more. And she said, I was really hating my job. I felt like I was doing overwork, no one was listening to me. And I came across your videos on social media and I said, you know what? I'm gonna try it. She said she tried it, and not only did they listen to her, they also helped her grow her relationship with her boss. And I remember thinking, wow, by following that thing that was always inside of me, I'm impacting other people's lives as well. And I'm motivating other people to do things as well. Isn't that crazy? So also I listen to a lot of Steve Harvey. I love Steve Harvey. And Steve Harvey talked about the first time that he did stand-up comedy, he won $50. And he said how he cried the entire way home. And he said that the reason why he cried home is because he felt like he was born. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was born. Guess what Steve Harvey did the next day? He quit his job. And you know, that really resonated with me though, because when I started posting on social media, when I started growing on social media, I too felt like I was born. As I mentioned earlier, all I wanted to do was make that little boy that was shut down, that people said no to, that people laughed at. I just wanted to make him happy. And that's the only thing that mattered. Nothing else mattered to me. And I felt like this was the path to do so. So I say all this to say that if you're passionate about something, if there's something that you feel is calling you on the inside, listen to it, follow it, nurture it, because it's not there for no reason. It's there for a reason. And you never know what's on another door, and there's just a door of opportunity on the other side. But all you have to do is take that first leap and see what comes from that. Keep the dream alive.
One more time for the baddie, DeAndre Brown. All right, let's continue on to our next speaker. Her name is Alexandria Gurley, AKA Alex the Great, is a DEI strategist, higher education professional, and spoken word artist. She holds a Master's of Arts in Cultural Studies and a Bachelor of Arts in African American Studies, a writer in every sense of the word, an essayist, playwright, poet. She prioritizes empathy and trust for the plight of everyday marginalized people just like herself. She is the author of 4 collections of poetry, including the latest Weeping in Public Spaces 2022. Alex works tirelessly to lead a life that God would be pleased with, that her younger self would be amazed by, and that her daughter would be inspired by. She lives by the motto, whatever you do, do it bold. Her talk title today is Mothers Formerly Known as Single.
All right. So I got a question for you. How many of you either are yourself or know someone who is parenting without a significant other? Raise your hand. All right. How many of you either are yourself or know someone close to you who are single mothers? Raise your hand. So before today, you probably thought those 2 questions were one and the same, right? But hopefully by the end of my talk, I'm going to show you why there's some fallacies in that. Why this whole idea of single mother is inaccurate. It's wrong. It just doesn't exist how we use it now. So, Collins Dictionary defines a single mother as a mother with a dependent child who is divorced, widowed,
or unwed. Simple, right? In fact, it's probably too simple. So, I'm going to give us a definition of single mother. It's going to help to ground us for this conversation moving forward. Provide a little bit of a foundation. So, my definition of a single mother is a mother who is parenting a child without the physical, financial, and emotional support of a significant other or romantic partner. I'm going to tell you a little story about a person I'm going to call Kay. Kay has a 5-year-old daughter, her only child. Kay and Kay's child's father split when Kay was probably about 6 months pregnant. So, for the entire duration of Kay's child's life, Kay has been parenting solo. Kay also has had a support system around her that has helped her to keep her and her child afloat, that have helped to keep her grounded, that have imparted wisdom along the way, financial resources, that have just been there and just listening or help care for the child. Within this kind of structure, in a way, Kay has been parenting like a boss, for all intents and purposes. So you're probably listening to this story and thinking to yourself, okay, well, what's the issue here? Where's the climax to this story? Where is this going? What is the problem? The problem is one of perception. Kay has been parenting her child and doing an amazing job. Society, on the other hand, will look from the outside in, not see a romantic partner involved, and think, there's an issue here, place a big label of single mother, which has negative connotations behind it, as we use it now. And so, I decided to adopt a new term for myself. I never really liked this term single mother, since the moment I found out I was pregnant, it didn't really sit well with me. Also, that term, baby mama, which is a whole other TED talk. We just gotta move on from there. So I didn't really like this term single mother. I knew that it didn't necessarily accurately define me and the depths of my role as a parent, nor could it accurately define the reality of the support system that I have in place. There are so many people involved in helping me and my child to come up. We would not be here if not for it. I also talked to about 40 different women who are parenting solo, just have conversations with them and get their own perspective, and realizing that people arrive at a parenting solo situation for so many different reasons that this label doesn't account for, whether it be parenting solo by choice, through foster care or adoption, whether it be a divorce, whether it be a separation of relationship, sometimes by surviving a domestic violence situation, for example, whether it be being widowed, death of a partner, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, in learning and talking about these people's stories, I understood their background, their identities a little bit more, and that folks are so complex, and this term just didn't uncover it. The shift really for me in ending using that term came when I was leaving church one day. My daughter was probably about 1 year old, and I was in line to pick her up from the nursery area, the children's church. And so ahead of the line, I could see a woman stopping by every woman in the line and asking them, are you a single mother? Are you a single mother? Are you a single mother? Okay, let's not forget about the trauma that can trigger an unwed mother in Christian or religious background. And so I felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety that came over me as she kept getting closer and closer towards me. Chest tightening, shoulders tensing up. I was going back and forth in my head about what my response would be if and when she did get to me and ask me this question. Because I knew I didn't identify myself as a single mother, but I also knew that society didn't know what else to do with me, but to throw me in this box. We operate in these extremes. Either you're married with children or you're a single mother. It doesn't account for that gray space in between, right, that I talked about. really was just trying to be helpful, be a blessing to single mothers. It was around the holiday season that I did eventually answer yes, because I didn't know what else to say at that time. And she handed me a $10 gift card to Walmart and said, it's not much, but I'm praying for God to multiply and bless you this time. But I moved from there, and I thought to myself, I'm not gonna let another color word, a term, a phrase do that to me. There's no reason I should have been having almost a panic attack just by that word. And so I chose to adopt this new term of communal mother. So what is a communal mother? A communal mother is someone who parents within a network of kinship roles, folks who are in their support system of friends, could be community leaders or elders, it could be a school teacher, or the girl club mentor, whomever is within that community for that parent and that child that helps to parent the child together. It's really not a new concept, it's not uncommon, it's just really giving a name to the systems we already have in place. Every time we name someone as a godmother, we're operating within a communal mother system. Every time we organize a carpool system to get our kids to and from work together, we're operating within a communal mother system. Every time a neighbor, is looking out for your kids playing outside and stops them from going out on the street or what have you, or imparts a little bit of discipline, you shouldn't be doing that. That's operating within a communal mother system. It's just giving it a name and providing a little bit more structure there. So this is the term that I've chosen to adopt and use from here. I think it definitely does identify more of how I operate in my parenting, and it does provide a little bit of context for the strength that we can provide to our kids in this system. The formal term single mother is limiting in a number of different ways. First, it doesn't account for the different diverse and multi-layered identities that people come from in order to get to a parenting solo situation. Those are our names before, divorce, death, a number of different things. It just simply does a bunch of pointing and blaming at the mother. Secondly, it assumes that the mother is incapable for some reason, that she's lacking in resources, that she's unable to raise her child. And the reality is that a child who's raised in a parenting solo situation doesn't come from a broken home, it comes from a healthy, a happy, and a whole household. The reality is that that child is not lacking, that they're overabundant in people who are present in their lives to give them love and wisdom and guidance. They're actually abundantly blessed. And the last reason that that term single mother is inaccurate is because it assumes that mothers in parenting solo situations are just incompetent, that they don't know what they're doing. And that couldn't be any further from the truth. Personally, I excel at anything I put my mind to, and I impart those same wisdom and values onto my own daughter. clear biological family definition. I just think that that's so old school and played out. We don't have to do that anymore. We can write our own rules and move from there. So, what I want you to do when you leave here today is one of three things. Hopefully in succession. The first of those is I want you to think twice before identifying yourself as a single mother. Because does it really define you and the role that you play, or those close to you who have previously identified as single mothers? Secondly, I'd like you to be more confident and more brave in your actions as you correct people who do identify you as a single mother. As I was 5 years ago, standing in that line in the nursery area, I would have been able to say defiantly, no, I am a single mother. Because that's what I am. That's what I was then. I didn't have a name for it though. And the last thing I want you to do is to just throw this term away. If single mother was personified as a person and standing right in front of me, I'd probably punch her in the face. I despise that term. Detest it, in fact. And so, if you will, do me a little favor, pull out your phone, whatever device you have where you can write notes into, if you got a notepad or something, pull them out. I want you to put there in the notepad, single mother. That's it. Just those 2 words. Look at it for about 3 seconds. Give it some legs and let it run the hell away. I want you to delete that term as a symbolic gesture of us balling it up and throwing it away. Now it doesn't exist. It's removed from your lexicon and your dialogue. We kicked it off the planet. And so, we moving forward from here with this new term for your mother, and we're going to do it in grace and love. I've always wanted to say this, and I wanted it to be able to actually make sense. So, folks, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Once again, communal mother, AKA Alex the Great, Miss Alexandria Gurley, everyone. All right, let's continue on to more greatness coming to the stage. Our next speaker is Jay Ville. Jay Ville is the CEO of Inc. Education, the #1 African-American owned private tutoring and education company in the U.S., as well as the top online tutoring company for BIPOC in the nation. The company is a $1 million brand in the private tutoring space. He has been a Black Enterprise contributor for education and credit. He is a Forbes Next 1000 list maker and has been featured in major media outlets, including Black Enterprise, Forbes, Entrepreneur Business, Business Insider, NBC, Roland Martin Unfiltered, Ebony Magazine Podcast, Exceptional People Magazine, and more. He serves on the board of Raise Hope and Big Thought. His talk title today is The Playbook to Surviving Family Court as a Black Father.
April 22nd, 2021, my daughter was born, and I feel like the luckiest man in the world. I started to think about, does my daughter look like me or her mother? At that point, I couldn't tell, but I figured that she was, an awesome part of the world at this point. So I started to reminisce about what my mother and I talked about raising her as a great daughter and be involved as a fully involved parent at the time. So now, I'm coming to a situation where we're getting things together, everything is cool, but we're not together at this point. And then boom, world turns and the floor is taken under my feet. Fathers, imagine a time where your daughter
It's taken away, it's not taken away. Imagine a time where you are fully present. Your daughter is taken away and goes to, sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Taking me on the table. Sorry, guys. Imagine a time where April 22nd, 2021. My daughter was born. I feel like the luckiest man in the world. Even with that said, I thought to myself, I have a great new person entering this world, and now it's time to raise her. I was not with the mother of my child at the time. I had to think about what were the next steps. And so I come into a situation where I'm trying to figure out what is the best thing to do as a pregnant father. And I'm not with her at this time, right? I'm trying to make things happen. I'm going to do the best thing that I can as possible. And I'm sitting here where I come into a situation where I have somebody that looks like me, right? And I can't really fathom being without her at this time. So what happens is the world comes crashing down. The floor gets taken under my feet. And now I'm sitting in a situation where I can't really put together what happened. And so, needless to say, I'm not with the mother, and I have someone sitting in front of me who's easy. Fathers, imagine a situation where your kid gets held hostage for 2.5 months, and you have to file emergency orders just to be with your child. When you have a situation like this, you have to think, what is the best thing possible? What is the best thing? What can I do at this point? And as a black father, you have one thing that you need to do at this point, which is go all in, right, and take care of my daughter. That's what I need to do at this point. At any rate, yeah, I'm trying to put this thing together. Let's fast forward a little bit. So according to a national study from the University of Missouri, 75% of black fathers are not present in their father's life between 0 and 18 years old. 52% of 50% of children are raised in a household with single mothers or one parent. 7% of kids are raised in a family with a black mother in a non-marital status, which obviously leads way to black fathers not being largely present in a father's life. Possession and access is a legal term for visitation, for those that are familiar with that. But imagine a time where you get less than 50% custody from a judge, even though you're largely present and fully present in a child's life. You start to wonder, why me? How did I get this when I'm fully present? So as you're working through things, you start to have doubt. And as you have doubt, you try to figure out how to overcome that. But when you try to overcome something like that, you need a support system. All the while, spending $83,000 in attorney's fees seems crazy, right? That's a lot of money. How many of y'all think that's a lot of money?
Right? So spending $83,000 on attorney's fees gives way to, this is unbearable. What am I going to do next? But when you have a mindset of overcoming something that has to go by the wayside. And so, being that that's there, there's a time where you have to think, do or die. And at that time, it was my calling to make sure that I did what I needed to do with my life. So according to a study by Forbes, 20 million kids grow up every year without a father present in the home. So what are the effects of this? Without fathers, kids, male or female, daughters or sons, are more susceptible to poverty, school performance is lower, social and emotional problems occur, there are higher suicide rates, and there are higher rates of prostitution and being on the street. But what about with fathers? What about having fathers involved? What does that correlate to? Better brain development and social skills, less toxic stress, fewer behavioral problems, increased support and coping mechanisms, and positive family norms. So, I'm sitting here in this process, in this timeline, being an involved father, and noticing the statistics of this. So why would the system, and this is nationally through Texas or other states, have a system that's geared toward mothers? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but when there are present fathers involved, how does that correlate to the system? We know the system is broke. The system is broken. In order to change that around, we need reform on that system. So your vote matters. Coming up in the upcoming elections in the next few years will be an opportunity for 50% to be the positive, the parenting norm that's needed in the court system. So I will say this. I did not know this before, but me going through the process, I want to introduce y'all to 5 different things that helped me get through this system. And this is part of the keys to success that I want. Point 1. Sorry, y'all. Get the other part. So point 1 is collaboration. When you're working with the other parent, you need to collaborate with them in a space where you both are mentally healthy and able to do so. Collaboration is key when you're co-parenting. So that would mean this. Schedule doctor appointments together. Do what's right for your child. Make sure you do what makes sense for 50-50 in a relationship that both of you guys can make sense of. But you have to collaborate together and make things work. Not for you, not for the mother, but for the child. Point 2, keep your cool. Y'all gonna run into some time. I don't know if anybody else has gone through that here in the audience, but you're gonna go through some times where you feel, man, this is not right, or he did this, or she did that, and it feels like you guys are both pitted against one another. But it shouldn't be that way. You have to keep your cool, respect the other parent, let them respect you, and you have to keep your cool at all times. But there will be things that are done and said that sometimes don't make sense, and the only way for them to make sense is to be calm. Point 3, negotiation. Now this is one of the strategies, the unique strategies in co-parenting. Negotiation is one thing you have to utilize when you're trying to build up a co-parenting agreement and build rules for how you're going to operate as a unit to make sure that your child is doing what they need to be doing and living the best that they can, and they're getting raised correctly. But what ends up happening in negotiations sometimes is that if the other parent does not agree to some things, there could be a situation where the court has to be involved. Now, who really wants the court to be involved? Not many, but sometimes it does happen. And when that does happen, you have to hire attorneys. And guess what? If you're familiar with anything in the court system, attorneys can build what they call a Rule 11. And a Rule 11 is agreements that are made by the attorneys that are not part of the actual court, and it's done outside of court. But you can't let the Rule 11 dictate your parenting. You have to do something between both of you that makes sense and that's accurate. Point 4. Support system. There are many times where you are sad, depressed, tired, angry, possibly feel suicidal, and more when you're going through this process. You have to have a support system. Your parents, family, friends, spouse, girlfriend, wife, husband, whoever, that can help you get your mind right, think through the right things at the right time, and make sense of everything. Point 5, get your law degree. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a situation in this whole process where I learned about abates, motions, compelling, hearings, TRCP, which is the Texas Rule of Civil Procedure, support codes, and more. This process will make you become a steward of getting a law degree, okay? I feel like so far I've graduated from Harvard Law School, wrote my own things, had other people help me, and it's been a journey. At the end of the day, it takes a lot out of you, and you have to stay strong in the process. Parents, you cannot use your child as a pawn or a tool for you to raise your child. You have to work together. You cannot use them as a pawn or a tool and pit the other parent against the other. It is unfair to the child, and it's not fair to the co-parenting relationship. So I'm here today to present a space where fathers can come to and really think about how they want to do things. If they're in the system, they have an open space to collaborate together and know what that playbook looks like. I told you all the 5 points. We're in a space now where we have to do what's right altogether. This is young, 18 months old now. For the fathers that can't, but want to do, I'm fighting for this one. For the fathers who have been fully present and involved, but told not to be. This child is who I'm going all in for. And at the end of the day, I'm now ready to take the next steps in ensuring that she is the best legacy ever. Fathers, I'm fighting for those who are willing to do what's right and who are fully present throughout this timeline. And I want you to see your child through her when you're fighting for the same reasons. We'll all do this together if we understand the one thing that matters, and it's the child. Thank
you. Once again, everybody, for Jayville. All right, bring it to the stage our last TEDxDesoto speaker, but certainly not the least, Miss Cara Wada, MD. is a board-certified adult and pediatric allergy, immunology, and lifestyle medicine physician, Sjogren's patient, certified life coach, and host of the Crunchy Allergist podcast. She currently serves as Assistant Fellowship Director and Assistant Clinical Professor at The Ohio State University and is reigning Dr. Ohio America. Dr. Wada works to break down barriers and build bridges in our very medical system. She focuses on the unique challenges pertaining to those struggling with allergies and autoimmunity. She works tirelessly with her patients and coaching clients using her naturally minded and scientifically grounded approach to health and healing. Her talk topic today is 3 strategies for successfully navigating the healthcare system.
Nothing can make you feel less in control than being buck naked in a hospital gown. Paper thin, and it is impossible to keep your privates, well, private. And let me take you back about 3 years ago when I found myself in that same uncomfortable hospital gown. But you can't tell from this photo or my teeth are chattering, both from the frigid pre-op area, but also from my anxiety. I also am yellow, and every inch of my body pinched like a million little bugs crawling under my skin. My liver was failing, and we had no idea. My mind was racing with thoughts like, could it be an infection? Was it a medication or supplement I took? Or was it something worse, like cancer? We know more now about the human body than we ever have, and yet all too often we leave our medical offices feeling frustrated, confused, and overwhelmed. Navigating the healthcare system can make us feel completely powerless. Here's the thing. I'm a doctor, an allergy and immune system specialist to be specific, and I work at a large academic medical center. I called my physicians, both colleagues and friends, and I had their cell phone numbers. I knew how the system worked, and yet I still struggled to get the care I needed. Here, I knew my doctors wanted to provide. And if this was the case, it forced me to ask the question, what did this mean for everyone else? Those without an education or connections, health insurance and emergency funds, supportive partners. It's because of what I experienced as a patient that I made it my mission to help us all navigate the complex healthcare system more effectively. To ensure that we are fully seen as patients and as people. And to empower us to thrive in systems that at times feel like they were built to overwhelm. for us to use our whole brains. It makes it really hard for us to communicate effectively, especially when we're trying to communicate sensitive or vulnerable information. I'd like to, with her permission, introduce you to a patient that I have the absolute privilege of partnering with. This is Whitney. And Whitney is quite literally 1 in a billion. Scratch that. More accurately, she's 1 in several billion. See, I felt immense pride when I got to name my 3 kids, Charlotte, Josephine, and Oliver. Whitney, she totally has bragging rights. She got to name the name of her condition, Maggott syndrome. When Whitney was born, she was found to have some joint and bone issues, and over the course of her childhood, she was in and out of the hospital dozens of times for severe recurrent infections, breathing, and blood cell problems, and eventually she was referred to the National Institutes of Health for an extensive evaluation. And it was there they discovered the root cause of her medical issues, her genetic code. But she's only 1 of 4 people on this entire planet that has this quirk. So, here's Whitney. She is in her mid-30s now, and the Children's Hospital has decided she can no longer follow there, even though she's been there for the last 20 plus years. And here's me, on the other end of receiving her as my patient. So here is a situation where we both could have gotten stuck in that overwhelm. But here's what we did instead. I met with her pediatric team at Benton, and they gave me a summary of her extensive health history and caught me up to speed on her most recent pressing issues. And Whitney, she prepared ahead of time too. She updated her health history summary, and she also put together a list of questions and concerns she had for me. We also took the pressure off by scheduling her for a full hour. What you may not realize is many of us physicians end up in that fight or flight mode too when we feel pressed for time during a rushed office visit. We hate it as much as you do. We were able to lean in and get to know one another. She was able to share with me her concerns and her questions, and I was able to share with her how our office policies were a little different than the Children's Hospital. And here's the thing, you don't have to be 1 of 4 people on the planet to prepare for your next visit tour. So you could bring your health history summary with you. But I also really suggest sitting down for just a few minutes, preferably in a place and a time where you feel at ease, and really think about what you need to communicate during that visit. What symptoms have you had? How long have they been going on? More importantly, how are they impacting your life? And is there something you're worried about? What questions do you have? Write those down. Now, when you go to your visit, you're going to have your health history summary and this little sheet of notes. And if you're lucky, you can even bring with you an advocate. This is either a family member or a close friend who ideally is someone who helps put your nervous system at ease and can help you effectively communicate what you had intended to during the visit. But even if you're alone, you're going to have those 2 documents with you to help guide you through it. And before you're done, what I always suggest is recapping the plan. This is going to help eliminate any misunderstandings or miscommunication and understand where you're headed before that next visit. Because the human brain loves definitive answers. We love certainty. We're rational, logical, contrast, black and white. What we don't like, uncertain. The gray makes us feel uneasy and unsafe. But when we persist, we persevere, we get comfortable, we get uncomfortable, take that control, children were diagnosed at a very young age with a degenerative neurologic condition called Pompe. And without a breakthrough in medical treatment, they were really stuck in a place where they were waiting for a cure. And that was not going to give them, they weren't going to have enough time. The typical time frame from drug discovery to development takes decades. And if their children didn't get effective treatments within a few years, that was their only hope. So they picked up, moved across the country, they immersed themselves in the research, they advocated, they crowdfunded, they fostered collaborations between academia, the industry, and the government. The end result? An effective FDA-approved treatment to treat their children. And several other treatments for other organ diseases too. It's hard to believe if it wasn't true. It is. Here's the thing, we don't have to move and uproot and immerse ourselves in the research, but we can do our part. I'm working to own my part as a physician. I'm listening, learning. I'm working on getting comfortable in those uncomfortable spaces. Those places where no quick or easy solutions exist, but in the right circumstances and with a little perseverance, who knows what's possible? We could sit there and remain stuck, frozen in our fight or flight, really stuck in the overwhelm. We have another choice. We can own our story and stand confidently. We can take the pressure off through preparation and speak with clarity. And we can get comfortable with the uncomfortable, even if we are buck naked in a hospital gown. Thank you.
All right, everyone, one more time for Dr. Karawada. Amazing. All right, did you all enjoy TEDxDesoto? Give a round of applause, all these amazing speakers that came here today. And I would like to, before we bring the visionary of TEDxDesoto to the stage, I'd like to turn the lights up and bring to the stage our mayor of the city of DeSoto, Miss Rachel Proctor, so that she may come up and speak to you all, as well as I believe we have some city council folks in the audience as well. Mayor Rachel Proctor, where are you? Right in my face. Hey, Rachel, how are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Unlike everyone else that spoke before me, I do not have a TED Talk prepared for you all. I was not anticipating getting up here, but this is incredible. I will keep it short because I'm just excited about this happening right here in our city. I do believe we do have some city council people. I think I saw Councilwoman Raphael Place 3 here. Anybody else that I need to acknowledge from our council? But again, thank you all for preparing this, and thank you all for hosting this in the city of DeSoto. I'm just excited about it, and I learned some new things, had some aha moments as I sat here. I didn't get to hear one. But again, thank you all for here, and congratulations to everyone that presented today. It was amazing in terms of everything that I did here. So thank you very much.
All right, everybody. All right, so we want to bring to the stage the visionary of TEDxDesoto. Miss Keela Bullard is here. Y'all clap it up for her. She chose all these amazing creative thinkers and brilliant minds. Again, Miss Keela Bullard.
I really, really, really am so excited that our show was amazing. When I was first planning this, it was all just an idea. I feel like I'm about to say a TikTok. No. But it was all just an idea for me. Growing up in DeSoto, like I said at the beginning, I really just wanted us to have a good time, get some ideas, have an open conversation that's not usually talked about or something you don't think about. And you see stuff in all full transparency in North Dallas and stuff doing TED Talks and TEDx. So I was like, why not DeSoto? You don't see like TEDx Cedar Hill or TEDx Lancaster or TEDx Duncanville. So I was like, you know what? Let me be the first to do it and bring TEDxDesoto. So I want to bring all of the speakers back on the stage that's still here because I have certificates that I want to give y'all and just give y'all a huge thank you for bringing my vision to life and y'all having the most wonderful, awesome speeches. Come on. And we're going to take pictures. Okay. So the first certificate I want to go and give this to James Lynn. Everybody give him a round of applause with the drums and the clapping and effective communication. The next person I want to give this to is Jessica Cerna and her conversations about magic. Next, I want to give this to Dr. Urquita DeRowan. Also my soror in Delta Land. Okay. Next, I want to give this to Carlos Harris, but I don't think he's here anymore. Is he leave? Okay, we'll hold on to it for him. Dr. Carol Wada, she just got off with her discussion about immunology. Nathan Spiteri and his discussion about men opening up with abuse. Kiva Harper. Is she there? She's not here? Okay, we'll hold on to her. Lucille Reddick and her discussion about marriage and socks. And let's see, Jay Ville. Black fathers navigating through the court system. Alexandria Gurley and her discussion about communal mothers. DeAndre Brown and his discussion about the corporate baddie. Next we have Shannon Jenkins and her navigating through art. Let's see, Nicole Rose Stillings and her discussion about manifestation mindset. And Micah Audrey, I don't think he's here, but everybody give a round of applause to our speakers. And we will be having pictures and everything, so stay around. But thank you everybody for coming out to the first ever and the first in the United States live and in the Metaverse, TEDxDesoto.
And everyone, before you leave, we want you to give a round of applause to the City of DeSoto's Parks and Recreation for bringing this event here. Chris and, of course, Ms. Deneen, some of the coordinators, just an amazing team over at the Parks and Recreation. See that code on the screen? We want you to scan it because it's a survey code to tell us what you like and do not like about the events that we present here in the City of DeSoto. Only way we can please you is we know what you like. So please scan that and take the survey. Once again, we thank you so much for being a part. One more thing?
We're going to do 2 or 3 questions. Does anybody have any questions that they want to ask? Either our speakers or me? Anybody? Going once? Okay, we have one in the back. I'll jump down.
Thank each of you so much. Everything was absolutely phenomenal. I appreciate you stretching my thinking. My question is about the pacemakers. And I rose my hand, but I wanted to know what's the next step for the pacemakers?
I think that's an amazing question, and I think that it all begins with us. So like I said, we need to all get on board, all advocate to hear these healthcare organizations hear our voices. I do work in healthcare leadership, and you can't just have one person on board trying to tell different things to tech companies. You need to expand it. So I've been working and talking with different organizations to see how they can implement different things, how we can focus on health equity. I also have a podcast geared towards pre-meds because we need to have the next generation come forward and make these changes. And then I'm going to start a pacemaking coaching business, as well as have little pacemakers for kids so that they can kind of figure out where they want to go and what they want to do in healthcare or something else.
Yes. Okay, we got 2 more. Does anybody else have a question? Okay, I think she raised it.
Just wanted to point it to you. Thank you so much for bringing this to DeSoto. When are you planning your next one?
What the pressure?
But working. So I am not sure yet. Let me just ponder it for a minute, but I'll think about it. So it's not a yes, it's not a no, but I'll think about it.
I'll vote her in.
Okay, next question back here. Yes.
Okay, this is more of a comment on the doctor that talked about taking control of your health information. So I keep a little notebook of everything that I'm going to say to my doctor next, and I have been pretty successful in navigating the health care system and also the health insurance system. And it's extremely important to be able to advocate for yourself. And so I want to commend you on making that message clear.
All right, everyone, and that is the end of TEDxDesoto. Thank you to everyone for coming out.